Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the live AV stream. Welcome back to another CranKy Duckling broadcast. Welcome back and welcome to something a little bit different, something special. Welcome back to a monthly tournament that we host here. I say monthly tournament that we host. Shout out to uThermal. uThermal has been hosting these 2v2 tournaments on a monthly basis. Now we are here once again with uThermal's 2v2 circuit with the April edition. I'm of course just like VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to a 2v2 tournament. Again, 2v2 has been on the rise over the past 6 months. I want to say that Wardy was also hosting a lot of team game tournaments, especially during the off season of EPT. But now that we're in the on season, of course, has been focusing on all the Wardy spring championships and of the like. But uThermal is still running these events, and what is amazing is that all the pro players, or at least a lot of them, most of them, have been indulging and taking part, pairing up with their friends and competing on a regular basis. If you missed out on the previous editions on the March, February, January, that I do recommend the VODs over on YouTube. It has been a lot of fun to see players like Clem, Trigger, Serral, Zhuge alongside many others take part. Let's go. Let us go. Speaking of, we're going to be jumping into our first series here on the broadcast. Now, this is a replay cast, bear that in mind. This event happened last week. We were actually there at the time covering the event in a different way. We were adminning. So shout out to the admin team, myself, Kuro, Kerwin as well. We do admin the event to make sure that everything runs smoothly as possible. Because we're adminning, it does mean that we cannot cast it live, but we're able to cover it via replays. So it's all good. Good to cover it via replays, cover it here and now instead. And we have our first series. Our first series of the broadcast. It is going to be a best of 3 between uThermal Goblin up against Tiger and Replicant. Let's go. Let's go. I believe they did actually face off last month. I believe last month they did actually face off as well. We'll see how they compare to each other this time. Oh. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Undercurrent, we have the duo themselves. We have the red Terran player from the Netherlands living in the land of Mexico alongside his teammate, likewise the Croatian Protoss. It is Goblin and uThermal. Casting doesn't like 2v2s. But spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have their opponent. We have the blue duo. There we go. The blue duo here of Tiger and Replicant. Let us go. And again, Tiger and Replicant, they have been competing together quite often in these monthly 2v2 events as well. And I may be mistaken, but I want to say that they may have brought down Goblin and uThermal last month. I believe they may have been able to bring them down. So we'll see how they compare this time as well. So once again, Protoss Terran versus Protoss Terran. This is kind of the, I would say, meta, or believed to be the strongest kind of team duo is a Terran and a Protoss working together. Their cohesion is a little bit stronger than that of Zerg, I would say. I think one of the issues with Zerg in this matchup, one, the amount of bases you can take, and the amount of momentum you can get by expanding, by taking more bases, by having your production being limited by less bases as well, like can impact Zerg players in 2v2 a little more negatively. Likewise, I mean, when it comes to 2v2, they don't really have as much cohesion with the other teams. There are exceptions, and we have seen players like Serral do quite well. But even then, if you recall, Serral stopped playing Zerg in 2v2s and started playing Protoss, where they used to have a ZVZ duo with Serral and Zhuge, and of course in recent times Serral switched to Protoss for 2v2, of course, and now we have Protoss Zerg instead at times. And when it comes to like the kind of ideal meta play style, Mech and Skytoss is it can be quite daunting if we can get to that kind of game state. First things first, we do see Tiger going for a proxy pylon elsewhere on the map. Does set up the proxy. Meanwhile, we have our initial openers here. We do have a double gas opener out of uThermal. Interesting. So double gas into a faster factory, into a delayed TC from the side of our Terran player. We do have a more economic opener out of Goblin, going for a Stargate opener himself. Meanwhile, across the map, likewise, similarly, we have an economic opener out of our Protoss player. And likewise, we have, CC on the high ground here from our blue Terran. So again, he does go for a more economic start as opposed to uThermal, but the CC is going to be on the high ground. Eventually will be taken here on the low ground. Let's go. Let us go. Does take a bit to actually like settle in and to try to keep track of what all the players are up to. So again, we do see the blue team being more economic in general here. We do have uThermal being more aggressive, now going for more delayed CC. Double Reaper into the main base, and the Reapers they will get a scat off. They will confirm the faster command center, and the Reapers they have to get the hell out of here. Oh, they double back in, and up. They are able to avoid the initial units, at least for a time. Does pull out, does get away. Ooh, meanwhile, that is going to be a Stargate follow-up here from a Tiger. So Tiger does go for his follow-up Stargate. Depth does shade away. Proxy across the map, going for a proxy gateway to reinforce. Reapers going back in. Again, they're just keeping tabs here on the players. I believe the Reapers may have seen the Stargate. Yeah, they did see the Stargate. They are aware. Thermal does pull away. Behind this, speaking of mech that we mentioned earlier, we do have Macville accelerators and cyclones on the way for uThermal. Likewise, they did find the proxy pylon. Oracle into the main. Alright, nice damage, getting one, getting two workers, but the cyclone will shut this down. Not before killing another couple of workers. That's going to be 7 kills. Yeah, 7 probe kills, not bad at all. Nice damage dealt there by the Oracle. Stoker's going to be forced back. Are going to be forced back at the same time. We're looking at going in for his drop. So far, Goblin, he's somewhat keeping up. Does zone away the medevac, not bad. Does zone away. Cyclones are right, they shut down the medevac. Ooh, Replicant, he did overextend. Did overcommit. You know, the gateway is done. We are reinforcing across the map. Both Tiger and Replicant, they're just sending everything they can. They did go for the Oracle. And they're still making more. More Oracles on the way out. They do rally into the Cyclones. Likewise, Tiger taking over the low ground, catching out SCVs. And uThermal, his economy is being hindered here, but their army is, I would say, greater. They can clean this up. Catching up more Stalkers, one Cyclone goes down. Oh, getting a second. They do trade out some Cyclones. And then Tiger will lose his army. And now Replicant is on his own. He's on his own. He's got his Siege, he's got a tank, he's got a Liberator as well. He does have a decent position here, but he has no support. Yo, we got the slow lots. Let's go. Slow lots are whirling in. Also, yes, there are like non-stop dinosaur sounds. Yeah, coming up from here. God damn it. Every time. They're very loud. Very loud. But I do appreciate this that they back off. Like, again, like this position just isn't really too robust, considering how few units there are to protect said siege tank and Liberator. So Serral does pull away. Likewise, so does Tiger. And as it settles, where exactly are we? Now we have mech. We have mech coming out from our Terran player, going into a more tank Viking or tank Liberator heavy composition. A bit of a slower style of mech is what I will say. Likewise, from the side of our Protoss player is going into, I believe, no, Twilight Council actually. A really odd setup here, going into Immortals early on. Well, here comes the counterattack. Oh, pushing into 3 tanks. That's not going to happen. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, the tank line here is solid for Replicants. But what I will say about uThermal and Goblin doing a great job here at just containing. Scan into the main, they blink in, they go for the pylon, go for the robo even. Massive snipe. As they will not get it. Replicant keeps up. Back at home, third base on the way for Goblin. Likewise, third base on the way for uThermal as well, going for the gold. Again, now they've gained map control, they are making just full use of that. And that is also the problem here of going for this slower form of mech, is that you have no map presence. You're stuck at home, you're stuck turtling. The army is just very immobile. Very immobile. Same can be said here for the Protoss player as well. Without a blink, without charge, without even double Stargate Phoenix, like this is also a very slow style, very slow composition. Almost as if Tiger is also playing quote-unquote mech from the Protoss side. Very robo heavy. So they're stuck at home. With this, the blue team is stuck at home. The red team is free to fully saturate on 3 bases, even get another expansion from here. We have glaives on the way, so it's going to be an immortal glaive all in from the side of Tiger. Interesting. We have seen this in 1v1s, of course. We'll see Replicant attempting to expand. SV is going to be going down. So far, good trades here from Goblin. Just picking away at the economy. Punching his opponent. Behind this, it is mech from uThermal as well, but again, much more of a battle mech composition instead, much more mobile. And again, mass gateway army here for Goblin. Blink Stalker into charge lots into +2. Temple Archives is done for a couple of Archons. And we'll see how these 2 armies compare. I'll be honest, in a head-on fight, I do favor our blue team here. Like, going into mass tank, mass immortal is terrifying. Now, the best way to deal with this would be with mass charge loss, and unfortunately, from the side of Mark, from the side of uThermal, I'm feeling going into mass tank production himself. Yeah, tanks, some of them are on the way, but still mainly Cyclone. I'll be honest, I have a hard time seeing Cyclones doing much trying to break this position. There are just so many tanks and immortals. I say I have a hard time seeing them do much. I think uThermal has to be reliant here on charge lots, on those Zealots tanking the first wave of shots to allow these Cyclones to get lock-ons. So we rotate. Delaying mining. Red again pushing through the center. How many tanks did he have? 11. 11 tanks moving in. uThermal does get thrown away. At the same time, Goblin does find 3 tanks. Not bad. And again, these are the kind of moves we have to go for here. As 3 tanks go down, likewise another 2 tanks going down here by the hands of uThermal. Remember, they have the more mobile armies, have to pick off and take these opportunities to catch a couple of tanks here and there, pick away at the army. In a head-on fight, they will lose. They're catching out more adepts. Stalker's coming back in, and once again looking for another opportunity. Looking for some more stray units. And this style that Tiger and Replicant are going for is disgusting. Just going mass tank immortal. Jesus. And here we go. He's now moving in. Do we commit to the shade? The mine's just going to be going off. Adepts are going to be shut down. Tanks are moving in. The tank line here from uThermal not as robust. Yeah, the army's pushing in. We spoke about it earlier. Nice surround with the Zealots, though. Yeah, the Zealots have the MVPs. Goblin gets a full surround, cleans up all the tanks, collapse on top of the Immortals as well. And there was no answer to these charge lots, as with that, a Goblin and uThermal will take game 1. Hi. GG. They will take the first game. They will take a lead in the series. Whew. Oh my god. GG well played. And again, just like against regular mech, Chargeless did a great job at not just tanking shots, but also closing the distance and getting on top of the army. So thankfully, Goblin was able to get that surround off. If it wasn't for those Zealots, I'll be honest, like, again, you saw the tank Immortal just mowing through that main army, pushing into the bases. It's a very, very robust force. But again, there was no splash damage. This is where, personally, I think it might be a little bit better if we have one player... Yeah, if you have one player going mech like that, referring to Replicants, embracing like pure mech, going into mass tank, heli, mass tank, liberator, I do think it might be better if the Protoss teammate does go into Colossus instead of Immortals, just because it feels like they both have the same role, and something like Colossus, or I say Colossus, splash damage, whether it's Colossus, whether it's Archons instead, something to help support, something to help protect those tanks. Immortals have the same weakness as tanks, is what I'm getting at. Immortals and tanks, they kind of have the same role, where they're both like these very high impact units with a lower rate of fire, and because of that, they're vulnerable to things like Zealots. So it felt like Goblin was free to go into the same composition to deal with the same 2 armies in a way. Which ideally, I think you want to have your army be a little bit more complex and make it more difficult to counter with different forms of units, of course, and of course being able to support each other. But with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. uThermal and Goblin take game number 1, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Game 2 going to be on Rascallion, one of the older maps in the 2v2 map pool. It's been a while. been around for a long time. And here we go, spawning in the top left hand corner, we have our red team. We have the red Terran player from land of from the uThermal, from land of the Netherlands, living land of Mexico, alongside the Croatian Protoss. It is Goblin and uThermal. uThermal. Once spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue team. We have the Protoss and Terran. We have Tiger and Replicant. For CSO Esports and for Team Hassel players. I believe Team Hassel. Oh. Here we go. But again, welcome one and all to Rascallion. It has been a while since this map has not been in the 2v2 map pool. This is one of the older maps out there. Played plenty of games on this in many years past. Been a long time, Pappy. Been a long time. As workers do move out, to scout each other. One of the unique features about this map is that the natural bases are shared. So we have our natural bases here, both in the same area, both covered by the same ramp. Likewise, the third bases are a little bit more isolated from each other, a little bit, as we do expand vertically downwards towards the map. But main bases are shared and natural bases are also shared. So it is difficult to be overly aggressive and to commit to an all-in on this map, just because, you know, you're quite secure and you're able to help defend your partner in the same area. We are settling in. Once again, double gas opener out of the uThermal. This time, double gas opener out of a Replicant as well. So both players going to faster factories. Both players mirroring each other at the moment. We did see mech from both players last game, but very different forms of mech. We had uThermal going for a more mobile army, and Replicant trying to slow things down. We'll see how they adjust. uThermal's going to be forced back. Both players going to be expanding. uThermal's on location. Meanwhile, we just see Replicant with the high ground CC. Just a small variation here. So uThermal being a little bit greedier. Both players being active on the map. Replicant's looking for a way across. And does bypass the army. Heads into the natural and can start to threaten Goblin. So they'll slip in. So far picking up a couple of workers. 1-2 probes going down at the same time. uThermal and Goblin, they get across the map. They get across, they don't really find too much. Shield battery is done. It's going to be a robot opener once again by Tiger. Robot opener into early immortal production. More probes going to be going down. 4 probes so far, pretty good damage. Replicant is going to be forced out. He's going to be shut down. And we have Replicant going for early drop play. Okay, so he's going for his 1-1-1 early tank production, which is normal, but we have a medevac on the way. So it looks like we do plan on moving out earlier on. I don't know how much support he's going to get from Tiger, just because of the early immortal production. I mean, we'll see how this all comes together. I mean, that is a lot of immortals early on. But we are going for a delayed Twilight Council. Twilight Council's on the way. It does take care of this Naga. Waiting for the medevac. Medevac has arrived, and there is that tank drop. Yeah, and likewise, Tiger moves out as well to support. Does move out. And again, this is a pretty terrifying army early on. You have the tank. We have the 2 immortals as well, making his way towards the natural base of Goblin. And they do miss this. I mean, they see the army pushing to the center. So when Goblin trying to get in position, uThermal once again is going into battle mech. Tank does siege. And just like that, mining is being denied. Yeah, Goblin earlier, he was losing mining time in the main base, now losing any kind of mining at the natural. 0 economy here. The tank does punish. Yeah, this is a brutal position. Prism has arrived as well. Likewise, dropping into the main, once again pulling Goblin apart. And Goblin is being bullied here. Probes are going down. Likewise, Natural's under fire. Now, thankfully, uThermal does help out, and uThermal, he will help defend. Main base is going to be safe. I can't say the same about the Natural, though. Yeah, with the Immortals, with the tanks as well. The Natural's going to go down. We see Goblin catching reinforcements. Not bad. Getting a tank. I'm loving the use of his army. Gets across. Delays the 3rd Nexus. It's going to be a cancel. Sorry, there's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Nexus goes down. Catching an Immortal as well. Okay. Yeah, Tiger Replicant, they've not noticed that rally here. SCVs are falling. Goblin achieving a lot across the map. At the same time, DT is getting into the bases. Now the main army pushing towards the natural base of uThermal. I mean, this army is still really robust here. I'm referring to the Immortals, referring to the tanks as well. It's still a terrifying army. Can't be dealt with. uThermal catching a Zealot. Catching a Stalker. Ooh, the rings overextend. And not bad. Yeah, the overextension there. A bit of miscontrol from a Replicant. Tank goes down. Immortals go down. Do they break out? They hold on. Whew, okay. With that red team, they hold on to the base here. Oh, God. They hold on to the natural base of uThermal, but what about Goblin? He lost his natural, he lost probes earlier in the main. I'm afraid to look, it was 43 probe kills. Goblin down to 3 probes. It's a 1v2. At this point, it is a 1v2. It's going to be uThermal up against the blue team, up against Tiger Replicant. Goblin has been dealt with. He has a long way to recover here. Now, Goblin does have these Stalkers, and Goblin was doing really well earlier, catching Immortals and catching tanks. But at this point, it does feel like uThermal and Goblin are all in. Just because Goblin has no longevity. Like, he has no longevity in this game. He's on, what, half a base, if not 3rd base economy. Oh, the Dark Temple follow-up is brutal. So, towards the natural. Denying some SCVs. Nice and mining. At the same time, oh, then we're poking in towards the 3rd. Siege. Replicant, he is secure. So is Tiger. Our setup. As Goblin does listen to the main, gets a tank. As well, just leave Goblin alone. Oh my God, Goblin, he just wants to mine, papi. He just wants to make some probes. Ay. How many? 46 workers have gone down. That's an extra 3 probes falling. Goblin trying to resaturate, trying to get back into this game. He's getting up to our 1 base economy. He's getting there. BC into the main base. Replicant once again embracing the mech. Thermal's holding his own. Likewise, nice kiting here, picking off some zealots, catching out stalkers. uThermal is trading well. He's getting some nice pickoffs. But alas, together, Tiger, Replicant, they can overwhelm uThermal. He does need some support. I'm sure uThermal, he's feeding, I'm sure he's feeding Goblin as well. To help catch it back up. Another Dark Templar into the main. Forcing a recall. Likewise, Cyclones are going down. They do get some locals off, but once again, just like the last game, we have Mass Tank Immortal. I'm still like, this composition has its place. Like again, it's very like high impact, high damage, and I guess because there's no zealots, because there's no opposing Protoss, I guess this is just more powerful. True. And there we go. Tank boys going off. The Cyclones ML GG gets called, and with that, Tiger and Replicants, they tie the series 1-1. Whew. GG. They tie up the series. We're going to the ace match here. Again, a very intense game early on and picking on Goblin and crippling Goblin and just turning into a 1v2. Unfortunately, unfortunately, uThermal and Goblin, they weren't able to see the army pushing at a time enough to delay or to stop it. They did see it with the Zelnaga, that is true, but they weren't able to engage ahead of time. And with that, the tanks did go within range, and there is a brutal position there where you can deny mining at the natural, at Goblin's location, at Goblin's natural location. He was a more exposed player, and with that, he was overwhelmed. And now we're getting into the ace match. We'll see how this story ends, as up next we're leading into Reclamation as game 3. Let's go. Oh, they reply can. Let's go. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have our red duo here. We have a red duo of uThermal and Goblin. And the intro is, it doesn't say their names, but you know, we gotta have the fanfare, gotta have it. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our blue team. We have Tiger and Replicant. Let's go. Now, this map is a little bit different in a sense, where we still have shared naturals. True, the natural bases are shared, but the main bases are more isolated from each other. They are not shared, so now we can potentially have some more aggression, more harassment, be more successful here in each individual main base. Likewise, we did see a more aggressive build last game from the blue team, from Tiger Replicant. We did see them go for an earlier push, earlier aggression with the early 1-1-1 into medevac, into tank drop, alongside the 2 immortals. What I will say though is that unfortunately on this map, the natural bases are more defendable. They're less exposed. Remember, last game on Rascallion, there was a position where you could siege up the tanks and deny mining at the natural base of Goblin. Here, the natural bases are more secure. This time, the mineral lines are, with their back against the wall or back against the main base, they are safer. So an aggressive build like what we just saw isn't going to be as effective here on Reclamation, specifically. So we'll see how they adjust and what we go for this time. Also, it's a little bit weird to see Tiger expand away from himself. Like, does take the base on the right hand side. I guess to expand further along on the right as well. So players are building up. We'll see uThermal scanning for proxies. As once again mirrored builds. Do have our CC on location for Replicant, likewise CC on location for Mark as well, for uThermal. I say good. I guess I'll get rid of part of this. Hold on. That's fine. Okay, there we go. So in 2v2, our staff nameplate does cover some things. For now, we do have our Stargate opener. So once again, Stargate opener from Goblin. I say once again, it did go for this in game number 1, going for the initial Oracle to harass across the map. Likewise, all for the first time, Bio out of uThermal. Let's go. It's been mech time and time again, but this time we're going to a 3x follow-up. There is no starport. This is actually quite aggressive. This is a very aggressive build here. This is working towards earlier stim, earlier combat shields, and an earlier push, I would imagine, from uThermal. Okay. So uThermal is mixing it up. Meanwhile, from the side of Tiger and Replicants, likewise, they're mixing it up as well. This time, no Robo Opener. This time, Twilight Council into Blink. So Tiger's also being more mobile, going into earlier Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, our Terran player, likewise, Bio as well. Okay. I do appreciate this. I appreciate that, for the most part, Game 1 and Game 2, our players had similar roles and similar styles, but here in the Ace match, both teams are mixing it up quite heavily here. They are mixing it up. Oracle into the main. Stalkers are in position. Tiger does defend. Stim is on the way for both players as well. And we have a 2-1-1 setup here from Replicants, a 3-1-1 setup here from uThermal. So uThermal, he will have the higher marine counts. Meanwhile, Stargate opener also into Blink from Goblin. So Blink Stalkers from both Protoss players. And Bio from both Terrans. So are going to be settling in. We just see Goblin moving on the right hand side. Is pushing. At the same time, uThermal just still building up his Marines back at home, still just banking them up. Third base on the way for Goblin. Goblin poking in, but so far no major forms of aggression from either player. Goblin setting up all the stasis fields. Let's go. Stasis traps underway. We have Glaives as a follow-up for Tiger. Interesting. And he does pick up a couple of Stalkers, but he does overextend. Yeah, there's just too many Stalkers. Tiger cannot fully engage, has to pull away, has to retreat. He's moving out with his own double drop. Again, I appreciate the change of pace. Speaking of double drop, Replicant doing the same. Uh-oh. Can Grey Mind sink alike? uThermal's moving in, so is Replicant. Meanwhile, Goblin does maintain the center of the map. There we go, double drop into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. At the same time, here comes Replicant. Also into the bases of uThermal. Boys are being pulled. SV is going to be going down. That's going to be a lot of damage. No, oh god, every single SV is going to be falling here. A brutal damage. uThermal, he did pull the boys. With that, I believe Tiger did slip away. Checking the install tab, yep, Tiger, he lost 4 probes. He pulled away in time, only lost 4 workers. uThermal lost 20 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, again, a rough response here by uThermal. I don't think that was quite worth it. Players are setting up. Players are setting up. Moving up with another drop. I mean, hey, this drop was quite successful, but there we go. One medic goes down, second medic goes down. Nice clean up here from uThermal. Does make up for his earlier losses, at least somewhat, as we are setting up for another drop. Liberators on the right hand side. Goblin does shut them down. Nice movement. uThermal does force back the main army with the drop. And from here we can take a moment to take stock. So we still have Masswing Stalker out of Tiger, now going into a Dark Shrine. Working towards the Bay, working towards Colossus. Meanwhile, Biotank out of our Terran player. When it comes to our economies, Goblin has been mass probing. So Goblin, he does have the stronger economy so far on 3 bases. Remember, the 3rd base was late for Tiger. Saturation also late as well. So macro-wise, Goblin looking solid. From the side of uThermal, he is still behind in SCV. So uThermal, he was crippled earlier, so he has less economy to work with, less of an army to work with as well. But again, the late and delayed 3rd base for Tiger is concerning. It's not like he's lost probes, I think he just hasn't been making them. He has not been probing. Despite gearing up towards better upgrades and towards what should be a longer game state. And speaking of, this 3rd base is going to go down. I mean, it was barely saturated to begin with, but Tiger, he's almost 2 base all in. Oh, it's got good. He just hasn't been transferring. Inefficient mining, so he just didn't transfer. Didn't transfer over. He's just oversaturated at his natural. There we go, massive unit into the main. Tiger being just being torn apart. Yeah, Stalker's going to be falling. Tiger tries to engage. Prism goes down. And from here, uThermal even just taking the fight head on. There we go, now force big up. At the same time, Replicant also breaks out. He at least tries to. Oh. Catching out some Stalkers. Goblin, he has no splash damage. He has to rely on those Zealots. But he's running out. Does kite back, buying more time, extra warpins. And Goblin, he does hold his own. And as opposed to the previous game, this time again, it feels like Tiger is a non-issue here. He has some Stalkers, he has some Immortals, but is stuck on 2 bases. Tiger is not able to add much to this. Stalker's coming from behind now, sacrificing on top of the tanks. Yeah, tanks are going down. uThermal, he sims in, he goes to the Immortals. And where's the splash damage? We had the Bay long ago, but the Colossus are still on the way. Yeah, it's a little bit too late. Tiger making 2 Colossus at a time, but they're not a part of this fight. And uThermal and Goblin, they've done it. They've done it. They break on through. The boys are being pulled. SCVs goes out. Now we get the Colossus. But again, it's too late, Pappy. It's too late. We needed them earlier. The Colossus, they come in after the 3rd bases have been going down. After the 3rd bases have been broken. With that, uThermal, he sims in, takes down the tanks. I mean, the Colossus, they trade well, they kite well, but there's nothing else here. Bases are denied. Behind this one, mass expanding. Goblin getting a 4th, uThermal getting a 5th base even. uThermal getting his own 3rd. They sim in, they take down the final Colossus. And the blue team has been broken. And with that, GG gets called, and uThermal and Goblin, they take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, intense back and forth, and I appreciate that it went all the way to the ace match. Here in the ace match, again, it did feel like Tiger was maybe getting to his own head. We saw that I think it was just a misrally, where he just wasn't rallying towards his 3rd base, so his economy was much lower than it otherwise could be, or otherwise should be, so it felt like he just was one step behind when it came to everyone else. We did have a Replicant popping off. He did cripple uThermal's economy, that is true, but he was still able to maintain like a more efficient army, so it did feel like he was still in a better position compared to Tiger. Goblin was getting out of hand. Goblin straight up, like, he was just mass expanding, like he was being left alone. Like Goblin was I would say almost the MVP of that game for his team for a lot of moments, I should say. So a stark contrast compared to what we saw in game 2, where Goblin, he was just being bullied and he just could not mine. He was just out of the game early on, but here he could thrive, and GG well played with that. They do take the series, they advance on into the next round. For those that are curious, this is a quarterfinals match, sorry, round 16 match, but now we're headed into the quarterfinals, where they advance on and they face off against another duo, a very shameless duo. Let's go. We have uThermal and Goblin going up against SKillous and GG Machine. Oh boy. Now we are going to be leveling up here when it comes to opponents. GG Machine and SKillous, they are of course rising stars when it comes to the CIS region and the European region in general. We've casted both of them many times. We do rate especially SKillous very highly. SKillous, he I would say has been, yeah, it's been really impressive to see his growth over time. They're both very young. SKillous, he's like 18 years old. GG Machine, he's like 15 years old. So both very young, which I'm sure also as to why they're good friends. And we'll see if the old man with uThermal and Goblin, if they can keep up with GG Machine and SKillous. Let's go. We'll see if they can keep up, as game 1 is going to be on Reclamation. Let's go. Hello, Shaf in the chat. See Shaf, Firefly as well. Hola, Colia. Bienvenidos. Good to see you all. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Reclamation, we have our red team. We have our duo of uThermal and Goblin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponent. We have the blue team. We have SKillous and GG Machine. Here we go. We have our opposing duo, and on the one hand, I do rate GG Machine and SKillous quite highly when it comes to their 1v1, but how do they compare in 2v2? I don't think I've actually casted them before. When it comes to their 2v2 duo, I know they do play a lot together, especially when it comes to the Brood War 2v2 tournaments. I say Brood War, the StarCraft Evolution 2v2 tournaments that the CIS region does hold. But we'll see how they're able to work together. And this Goblin and uThermal, speaking of working together, they do formulate their wall. Able to wall up, to make sure they're safe against Ling run-bys. And we have seen uThermal mix things up with mech, with battle mech, with bio. We'll see how they approach this. So far, oh, 2x Reaper, okay. Second Rex is on the way, so 2x Reaper from the side of uThermal. Meanwhile, 2 Gate Opener out of Goblin. Okay, so Hyper Aggression out of our red team. Meanwhile, Hatch Gas Pool out of GG Machine. And Gate Cyber Expand out of SKillous. So standard openers here out of blue team. Aggressive openers out of red team. It looks like we do confirm this though. It looks like the Scout did pop off. The Probe Scout, I should say, does confirm the 2 ranks, does confirm the 2 gateways. So blue team, they know. They know what's going on. They are aware. Reapers are moving out. Just because they know doesn't mean they can stop it. We'll see if they can minimize losses. For now, the initial Stalker is being chronoed. Queens are a must. Reaper dips in. Drone's under fire. So far, morphing in the Spore. Oh, morphing in the gas. No kills yet. GG Machine, he does save his units, he'll save his drones. Queen has arrived, and so far so good. So far so good, but here comes the rest of the army again, and more deaths, more Reapers. Link speed is halfway done. Shield battery on the way for SKillous. I feel like SKillous, he should be secure with this, against this. I'm mainly concerned about GG Machine. I feel like the Zerg player can be bullied in this kind of situation. But the Reapers actually go for the Protoss. They do try to rush in. Does fully wall off. Locks down the Elazer, so the Reapers are getting to the main. 1, 2 probes going down. 2, 3, 4 probes. Very nice damage. They are going to be cleaned up though. They will be cleaned up. Depths ahead towards the natural. And in total, how many probe kills? 7. Oof. 7 workers go down. Brutal losses there, brutal damage. Yeah, SHOWTimE has a rocky start to this game, as even the adepts get away. Now behind this, both players are working towards a Twilight Council. Twilight Council on the way for Goblin as well as SHOWTimE into most likely Blink. Meanwhile, Goblin not on with the aggression, going for its own Stargate into Oracle Opener. Oracle's on the way. Link speed is now done for GG Machine. It can start to be active. Going for early Evo Chamber into what should be +1 melee. What should be. Technically, this could be Carapace, so we can go into Roaches and go into, like, Ravager Ling. Leaning towards melee. Yeah, there it is. Melee is on the way. GG Machine, he is going for the Roach Warren. So Ling Roach out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Blink Stalkers from both Protoss. And we do see that uThermal is not going into mech, he's going to Bio. Let's go. Third CC is done. I mean, yeah, obviously with a 2x Reaper opener going into a 2-1-1 follow-up into Stim. So both players on Team Red are headed towards that mid game. They're both taking their third bases. GG Machine doing the same. Also going for his own third. Oh, setting up a proxy. Every time. We're getting juiced up. Let's go. The juice box. Beautiful. SHOWTimE, he likes his juice. He likes it. Getting hydrated. With that Baneless on the way, so it's going to be a Ling Bane or a Travager. At least it seems to be the case here from a GG Machine. Soka's moving out with the proxy pylon. Of course, he can reinforce. How many gateways here for SHOWTimE? Soon to be up to 4. So 4 gates on the way. Goblin does respond. Ooh, catching out the Sorger. SHOWTimE is on his own. He's on his own. Where's GG Machine? What's happening? Ah, there's the recall. And a lot of Stalkers go down. A rough start here for SHOWTimE. Leading out its army. GG Machine just wasn't able to be there to support. Now getting to his own Roaches. But blue team are in trouble. At this point, they're in a lot of trouble here. Lings, they do try to force back the army. They force back the Stalkers at least. And they force back uThermal. Oh. Bit of an overreaction. Great job by GG Machine, just forcing the opponents back, forcing everyone back home, buying time. Just buying time, getting into more upgrades, getting into a more robust army. Setting up. So far, Goblin keeping up with the Lings. And the Roach Ravager is slowly building up. Passing off the Roach Ravager. So once again pushing towards SHOWTimE. GG Machine, he does keep up with Goblin. At the same time, Ling round by, but Stasis goes up. Goblin defends. These are rough trades here for SHOWTimE, trying to fight this head-on with just pure Blink Stalker. Again, baits out the Stasis Trap, not bad. Base out, base out the Stasis. Meanwhile, the KDA charge does pop up, catching out another Stalker. Very quickly, SHOWTimE, he's falling behind compared to everyone else. SHOWTimE with a worse economy, now a smaller army, bleeding out a lot of Stalkers over time. Meanwhile, G Machine trying to catch out Goblin. I love that we have our two 1v1s happening at the same time. But Duo is facing off. Oh, catches two medevacs, not bad. Two medevacs go down for the price of a Stalker. Oh, Shameless is playing with fire. Oh, another stim. Yeah, brutal stim here. Shameless beating out what, another 5 Stalkers. Shameless, you just cannot keep up with these trays, with these losses. Likewise, Goblin overwhelming the Ravagers as well. And you can see both uThermal and Goblin winning on both fronts. They win their fights. They keep on pushing. G Machine trying to switch into Hydra into Lurker tech. Bold move. Switching to Lunkers. He needs a little bit more time. So stepping in. At the same time, we do see uThermal breaking Shameless. Getting within range of the bases and knocking them down. As Nexus are falling. Keep up, not against this. Not on his own. And the whole thing here is that, again, does split, make his way to the main. At the same time, Goblin also pushing in. Lurkers have arrived. Just what this point, it's a 1v2. It's just GG Machine on his own. We get to Protoss and a Terran. We have Sky Toss on the way from Goblin. Again, they're just pulling GG Machine apart. He just cannot keep up, not against both armies. There's a scan. GG gets called. Shameless taps out. Shameless, I mean, he's been out of this for a while. GG Machine, he wants to make a stand. He refuses to give up. Let me at him, baby. Let me at him. Yeah, no. Someone tossed him in. Going for another base. I mean, hey, he's holding on. This is true. Takes down the Marines, takes down some of the tanks. He's holding his own for a time until Storm arrives. Yeah, GG gets called. And with that, uThermal and Goblin, they take game number 1. Whew, GG. As you take a lead here, again from very early on, Shameless, he was kind of being bullied. We were referring to the Reaper harass early on, the drop play as well from uThermal. Goblin had a hard time. Oh, sorry, I should say that Shameless had a hard time actually getting into the mid game. He was able to get to a decent base count, but because of all the losses, like, he just couldn't really transition into anything too useful to support. Whether it would be Colossus, his own Storm, his own Immortal production, was just stuck on purely Stalker charge lots, and again, he just could not quite keep up, and with that, it did just turn into a 2v1. 2v1. G Machine, he was holding his own against Goblin. Shameless less so against uThermal. GG. With that, we're getting into game 2. We're going to be loading into Undercurrent. It's the dinosaur map. Let's go. Good evening. Good evening. Buenos dias. As spawning in the top right corner of Undercurrent, we have the red duo. We have Goblin alongside uThermal. uThermal, papi. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue duo. We have the Zerg the Protoss. We have GG Machine and Shameless. Here we go. Once again, we do have Goblin and uThermal working together here to wall up and to wall up. The wall is a little bit more awkward here on Undercurrent, but they are securing themselves on 2 bases. Oh, hello. I say that this time the Rax is thrown down a little bit further back. I'm curious to see if they open up 2x Reaper once again. Do we go for another aggressive start? It was quite successful. If you recall, that's how they were able to get an early lead against SKillous. SKillous, he did bleed out a lot of probes early on to the Reapers and to the Adepts. Speaking of, yep, 2 racks. 2 racks to open here, 1 racks on the high ground, 1 racks on the low ground, and once again 2 gate openers. So the same opener 2 games in a row. It's going to be double Adept and double Reaper harass early on. This is how they were able to slow and cripple SKillous in the early game, and they could do it again. Oh boy. Could do it again here. As so far we are setting up. We do have the SCV scout with the probe scout here from the red team. And so far it is going to be a standard opener out of GG Machine. Likewise, standard opener out of SKillous as well. Oh, this is not 2 racks Reaper, by the way. This is 3 racks Reaper. Aye, aye, aye. So uThermal being even more committed, even more aggressive this time. So additional Reapers are on the way. I don't know if I'm too fond of the idea of doing this in 2v2 just because your opponents, they have more support. Oh, as one drone goes down, nice pick off already. He gets 1. Stalker has arrived. Reaper is zoned away, but again, uThermal was making 3 Reapers at a time. Likewise, we just see Goblin doesn't expand. The Goblin goes 2 gates Adepts into a Star Gate before expanding. So just hyper aggression from both uThermal and Goblin, more so than last game. Drones are going to be going down. 4 drones so far. Queen is under fire, and they might just break GG Machine here and now, getting to 5, 6 drones. 6 drones in the Queen. Reapers into the main. There's a Queen in position. There's a Queen to help defend. That's the last Reapers. They do push forward. Once again, getting another unit. Oh, nice, very nice force fields. Oh my god, shameless. I mean, the Reapers, they get away regardless, but they're holding onto their main bases. Master Reaper going for another Queen. Another Queen goes down. Not bad. Base is under threat. This time SKillous is freely mining on 2 bases. This time SKillous is left alone. It's GG Machine who's struggling instead. As Reapers, they bust into the main. What, 7 Reapers? Aye, aye, aye. As more drones going to be going down. How many? 15! 15 worker kills. Aye, aye, aye. Brutal damage. And finally the Reapers are going to go down. Finally going to be cleaned up back across the map. But uThermal, no natural base. This is the downside here. This is a lot of really good damage from uThermal. But how many SCVs does uThermal have? He's oversaturated 1 base. He's on 29 workers. Just now transferring. But that's 15 drones for the Zerg player. GG Machine, he is crippled. And for the time being, GG Machine, he is going to be out of this. Cool, toss poke forward. Toss poke forward. Both players now expanding. Look at taking a moment here to take a stock. We do see both Goblin and uThermal on a decent worker count. They are eclipsing GG Machine. At least GG Machine does have a third. Does have a third hatchery up and running. He's saved his natural. I will say that SKillous is currently in the best economic position out of all players. But GG Machine, he's in the worst. Meanwhile, Dark Shrine on the way. Okay, okay. Going into DTs. There is potential for damage. So now Lean's trying to collapse here onto those Reapers. They go on, they get 2. Clean up all 4. Keeps it going down. Interesting Zelnaga location, actually. I didn't even know there was one here. Zelnaga Tower is covered by tall grass. Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm a little bit unfamiliar with some of these ShoWTimE maps. Like, we never really seen, like, the right and the flanking areas and the flanking locations really come into play. Like, usually the games are finishing a little bit faster. We just have hyper aggression into the bases. uThermal getting his 3rd. Goblin still getting his own 3rd base as well. Both players expanding. Double drop into the main base of SHAWTimE. Prism into, or DTs into the main base of uThermal. Let's go. Drop is going to be dealt with. Dark Templar, they split off. They go into all the bases. There's recall. Do we have any detection though? Ooh, no observers. No observers. You have to rely on those revelations. He gets 1 DT. He gets 1, he gets 2. But there's still another Dark Temple popping up. Now it's dealt with. Another DT now coming in. There's 2 more. Another one in the main. Oh, there's a scan. Oh my god. Takes down the Prism. Prism goes down. Still 1 more Dark Temple in the main base. And how many workers have gone down so far? 13 for SHAWTimE, actually. That drop. That drop did get out of hand. This is some nice damage from the Dark Templar, but still not enough. Still not enough here. Checking units tab. SHAWTimE still with the better economy. SHAWTimE getting up to a 3 base, getting up to 3 base saturation. Other players are getting there. GG Machine, he is recovering from here, getting a 4th base and going into Link Bane. So straight up Link Bane out of the Zerg. Meanwhile, SHAWTimE going just for another mass gateway composition. Stalker Zealot. Both very mobile compositions. They don't scale amazingly into a longer game. This game is slowing down. We have uThermal going to buy a tank. I believe Goblin likewise also just coming into a gateway composition. Gateway army. Now just vying for map control. Again, despite the intense opener, like, the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down. It's, for whatever reason, it does feel like both uThermal and Goblin, they're just calming down, building up on their bases, taking it slow. And this is giving the opportunity here for GG Machine to not just drone up and recover, but to build up into lunkers. Okay. Lurker Tech is on the horizon. Lunker Tech is on the way. Here we go. Here comes the mass on siege. Someone moving out. SHAWTimE still just a mass gateway composition. I mean, so is Goblin. So I'm moving in. Tanks within range. Yeah, the base is going to go down. Massive pickup. Nexus falls. At the same time, we do see a massive counterattack. They're done mining here at the 3rd base of uThermal. Pushing up the ramp. Lurkers, they still need a little bit more time. They need a bit more time. Tanks are sieging. Stalkers blink back, and the Lurkers, it looks like they will barely finish. Aye, aye, aye. They do more Finn. They do power. At the same time, we just ignore the lurkers. Ling Bane crashing into the stalkers. Marines, they bust into the mineral line. Yeah, this natural's gonna go down. Stalkers do crumble. But now Mass Marine versus Lunker. But he doesn't need to move in. He doesn't need to push forward. Takes down the natural. And Ramiri has to get the hell out of here. He's being pinned in. Lurkers, they start to step forward. And uThermal, he will lose everything here. Ooh, losing a full medevac. Oh no! The medevacs. One medevac gets away. And Golan didn't realize he also bled out quite a lot there. Yeah, a lot did go down, and here we go. GG Machine is moving out. We have the Shameless to support. The Lurkers are here. And the Lunkers, they defend. And now we're going for a massive counterattack. uThermal, he lost his third. Uh-oh. Did lose his third base. uThermal down to one tank. Barely any Marines. Speaking of that one tank, there it is. So under fire. Goblin getting called out. So we're going for drop play. They're trying to buy time. And the Goblin, he is rushing into Sky Toss, but I don't know if that was the time. I think earlier when there was that kind of lull period, I think that would have been the opportune moment to take up into Sky Toss from the side of Goblin. But I don't think they were aware that Lurkers were on the way. It is the problem there. But that would have been it. That would have been the time. Yeah, Shameless pushing. Prism into the main. Oh. So, very unfortunate. That's how it does shut him down. Drop here into the bases. Once again, the drop is distracting. GG Machine, the base is getting very low. It looks like it may just go down. A nice snipe. Takes down the expansion. At the same time, Shameless moving in, takes down the tanks. Takes down both tanks. See him moving in. Goblin does get into a Sky Toss. I wasn't sure if he would have enough time, but no, yeah. 2 Tempests are out, 2 more on the way. Goblin is holding on. Storm is not done. Ooh, I think that's a bit of a mistake. Storm has not actually begun for Goblin. So these High Templar, they're kind of dead supply. So a rough misstep there from Goblin. Hopefully he notices soon. As Storm is I mean, it should be pretty impactful. Should be. Stalkers, they rotate, they go for the third base. Third base is going to go down. Massive pickup. At the same time, Lings, they are caught in the stasis. They are caught out. Lurkers are moving in. Within range of the mineral line. Nidus into the main. And does hold out. Oh, Lurkers, they're gonna get shut down there. Never mind, no detection. And Zelts are dealt with. Causing a bit of havoc, nothing major. The workers are going down. Likewise, uThermal stuck on 3 bases. We have GG Machine, mass expanding. Shameless as well, just taking more expansions. Maintaining their economies. GG Machine is almost maxed out. So when smacks once again, Lunkers, they try to bust into the mineral lines, but this is going to be a brutal loss though. Gets a tank, takes down the probes, and he gets us to matters. His workers going down to planetary as well. Shameless and GG Machine. Just the mass counterattacks. Nidus Worms blinks in, takes down planetary, takes down a mineral line. Nicely done. Again, just a very mobile composition. I think what I'm most fascinated by is, there we go, now he notices. Now he's like, hold up, I should have had Storm. So now he realizes the Storm was never researched. At least now he knows. Goblin now does realize he never got Storm. But what I was going to say is that GG Machine going into Lingbane, Hydraulic Viper makes plenty of sense. But for Shameless to stay on a lower gas count, to go for this Swarm Toss style, very mobile. I mean, some really key pickoffs, a very active style, I should say. It takes down the Tempest one after the other. Boys being pulled through the army. Oh no! Through the army. Somehow some of them to escape. But now we're going for the dive. Going for the mothership. Mothership goes down. Lunkers, they dive in as well. Oh my god. Yeah, there's no escaping this. GG gets called, and with that, we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. But yeah, a really unique style out of Shameless, where he stays on a low gas count. He doesn't tech up into any robo-based composition of like Colossus or Immortals. He doesn't take into Skytoss either. He doesn't go into his own Tempest or his own carriers. He was working towards Storm at the end, which I think is a nice addition. But yeah, just really heavy Stalker count instead, and he was achieving a lot with it. He was sniping Planetary, sniping CCs, keeping up with drop play as well. GG. GG well played. I can't imagine that style would work as well against like a more mech composition from a Terran player. But yeah, it was interesting nonetheless. I mean, we'll see. We'll see how both uThermal and Goblin adjust as we're getting into the ace match, as we're loading into Emerald City. Let's go. And this morning, in the bottom right hand corner of Emerald City, we have our red team. We have the Terran and Protoss, we have uThermal and Goblin. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team in GG Machine and Shameless. Yeah, a very active style. Very aggressive, a lot of counterattacks, a lot of run-bys. And did eventually pull uThermal, a lot of Nidus Worms as well, and eventually did pull Goblin and uThermal apart. Did pull them apart. We go. Hold on, how do I shorten this? So I just realized that I can't update the title of the stream because the name is too long. Oh no. Oh no. What if I do this? I'll do this for now. Save. There we go. Whew, okay, as for now, we do calm down. As a reminder, last game, or in game one, we had, as we're getting into the ace match, but in game one, we did have uThermal and Goblin go 2 Rax Reaper and 2 Gate Opener. Game 2, we saw uThermal double down and go 3 Rax Reaper. This time, we are going to go for something more economic. We slow things down. We have a Rax Expand, or I should say CC first out of uThermal, so a much more economic start from both uThermal and Goblin. We are slowing the game down here a little bit more. We're not being as aggressive, as committed, which I do appreciate. I do feel like they did a great job at punishing GG Machine, but he did recover over the course of that game, which was impressive. Did recover, did bounce back, droning as hard as possible. And of course, Shameless supporting him as well. From here, Stargate Opener out of Shameless, Stargate Opener out of Goblin. And, oh, okay, we're mixing it up. We're going into mech. Overlord does confirm, but double factory on the way. uThermal, he is making it up. Oh. Now from here, we can go into a heavy Hellion starch. We can go into early Cyclone. Meanwhile, the Stargate was scouted. And as a result, we have a Phoenix opener out of Shameless. Wait, they have not, or they did see what was going on across the map, but they haven't seen the tech of choice here from Shameless going into double Stargate Mass Phoenix. Okay. Looking to hard counter and shut down Goblin. Meanwhile, it is going to be Battle Mech. We have Hellion Cyclone on the way from uThermal. We'll see how this all comes together. Oh, yeah, as the Oracle is going to be forced to recall, Phoenixes will shut him down. We have more Phoenixes on the way. Behind this, just straight up Lings out of our Zerg player, going for an earlier lair. That was a almost 4-minute lair timing. Interesting. Now, with this fast lair, and with Shameless gaining air control and denying vision early on, are we tempted to go into Muta play? Are we tempted? Hellions, they go for the dive. They do get, how many? 5 drones so far. Not bad. They burst up 5 workers. But again, the lair is on the way. When it comes to anti-air, there are going to be some Cyclones, that is true. Likewise, Stalkers as well. Widow Mines being set up against the Phoenixes. Up! Oh my god, brutal connections. 2 Phoenixes go down. Yeah, strong start for uThermal. They'll shut them down. Lings, they move out to deny the 3rd. And they will force a cancel. Not bad. That should not have happened. Goblin out of position. 3rd base is denied. Lair is now done, and what are we doing with that lair? We're going, okay, double Evo chamber, no Spire. We're going into a +1 range, +1 melee. It looks like the setup for Lingbane Road Ravager, which is the go-to against mech. Technically, this could lead into Ling Hydra, which can be quite risky. We'll see. We'll see. It'll be Hydra or Roach. You know, Phoenixes, they do bust into the bases. You must say, oh god! Locals are brutal, getting 1, 2, 3 Oh my, every single Phoenix! Oh my god! Shameless! Bleeds out all the Phoenixes. Rough loss there for the blue Protoss player. Again, that was the entire purpose of the opener. I mean, we're still going Mass Phoenix, by the way, making 3 Phoenixes at a time. But the Phoenix count was reset. As a result, Shameless has almost no army supply. Here comes the push. Here comes the punish. And the blue team, they're in trouble. Blue team, they're in danger here. There's what to defend. There's still a couple of Phoenixes, but again, like, there's plenty of anti-air with Stalkers and Cyclones. This might just be it. Yeah, from here, they deny the expansion. They take down the Nexus. That's a kill, not a cancel. And we just keep going. Yeah, they can just keep going in. Pushing forward, going for the kill. We have how many Phoenixes left? 9 and 10. 10 Phoenixes remaining. Gonna be forced back. Shameless, his natural's gonna go down. Shameless down to 1 base. Lane's coming for this round. Oof. And Mind Shot's going off with a force-friendly fire, though. Lifting up all the Cyclones. Lane's collapsing over the Stalkers. Hydra's popping out just in time. GG Machine, can he hold? Can he survive on his own? I mean, oh my god, that's still a lot of pieces. Jesus, oh my god. And that is a clutch hold here. Again, the Phoenixes, they did pop up. They shut down most of the Cyclones. They force unfriendly fire. And with that, the blue team, they barely survive. But again, SKillous, for the most part, he's out of this in the sense that he's out of bases. He has to double. He's double expanding. SKillous does have a high Phoenix count though. He's up to how many? He's up to 13. 13 Phoenixes. So he can support. Meanwhile, GG Machine was left alone. Right? His bases, his economy is still up and running. And he's taking into Lurker tech. So it was not Lingbane Rotravager, it was Lingbane Hydra into Lurker. Lings, they force a cancel, not bad. They delay the expansion. West Stalker's poking in. But once again, the mass lift, and the Hydras, they pick up whatever's left over. These swarms working really well together, actually. Where Phoenixes, they just lift up whatever they can, and the Hydras pick off whatever they lift. Let's go. It's a nice setup here between SKillous and GG Machine. Lurker production has begun. Hive is complete. Lurker upgrades on the way. And behind this again, it is Battle Mech alongside Mass Blink Stalker. I'll say the armies that both uThermal and Goblin are going for, I mean, they're very intense. They're very intense when it comes to like their units, how expensive they are as well. I guess what I'm getting at is that this is where Phoenix is going to really thrive, right? If we're relying on these high impact individual units, I mean, hey, they can just be lifted and the armies can be shut down, as opposed to like a more zealot heavy composition or a more marine heavy composition. Zealots are being incorporated. There you go, more lurkers building up. SKillous, he's stabilizing. He's not quite there yet. SKillous, Jesus, he did save all of his probes though. 71 probes. So SKillous is recovering. GG Machine is going to be the first to max out. Here comes the main army though. Red team's moving in with mainly Cyclone Stalker. And how good are the lifts going to be? Armies do respond. And they catch out the Cyclones. Yeah, what? Half the Cyclones get caught. Stalker's getting picked up as well. Oh my god, Jesus, lifting up almost every single Cyclone. Yeah, and uThermal, he will lose his army. Now it's mainly just a Goblin left. 3 Cyclones and the Protoss. Thor is here, let's go. Thor moves in. At the same time, Zealot Rumbai does force a recall. As GG Machine is on his own. Oh god, he's gonna get surrounded. Not the best trade here for GG Machine. Takes down some of the Stalkers. Things they come in to reinforce just in time. He saves one Lunker. He saves one. He can keep going. The pieces have arrived. Takes down one of the Thors. There's one Thor left. Can he get the Thor? Oh my god, the SCVs, they pull into Lurker range. Thor goes down. And we can see GG Machine is running out of steam a little bit here. Has to pull back. Again, the Thors are good answer to all these Phoenixes. And from here, SKillous, what are we going for? Sky Toss. Carrier production has begun. Mothership is on the way. Has GG Machine, he does overextend. Again, he needs his lurkers. You know, Mass Phoenix. Where are we headed? I mean, the Thors do complicate things. For those that are curious, Thors are massive units that cannot be lifted. Immortals can though. Takes down some Immortals. As Goblin, he's going into triple Immortal production. It's going to be a lot of Immortals. Likewise, no Storm, so he's going Immortal Archon. Thermal claiming the gold. GG Machine is back into his Lurker army. It's locked back in. Oof. Mine shots are brutal. Oh my god. 2-3 mines going off. Shuts down some of the Lings. As we said, Linz is a big shout to Cyan in the chat. Obrigado. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bom dia, papi. Sorry, just a little bit engrossed in the game. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. Hope you had a great time. And bienvenidos. 2 thermals, 2 circuits, April edition. As we are in the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals, probes getting shut down. May not be moving in. Design expansion. Sky Toss is being revealed. Not too much Sky Toss though. As the Lunkers move in. As we just see mass Thor here out of uThermal. Jesus, checking his army, it's a handful of Hellbats and 12 Thors. Almost pure Thor out of uThermal. Okay. I mean, against the Protoss army, this makes sense. Against the Lurkers, it makes a little bit less. Oh. So machine rotates. So far, Golan. Hits his knife. Oh, does joink in the Immortals. Yeah, Immortals are abducted. Lunkers, they pop off. They focus most of them down. Okay, so they still do push in. Oof. This carrier does overextend. Carrier overextends, but the main Skyjust army busting in. How many carriers? 8. 8 carriers here for Shameless. Likewise, Nidus into the main to reinforce. Loving the use of the Nidus. Shameless does move further in. As is done, Lurkers, they can now support. They can. Do they even need to? we just keep going in. And there we go. The Lurkers, they can just take over the rim. They can take over the production. And we've seen this before in 1v1. You take over the main, you can win the game. As that's all the production and tech going down. Thor's trying to move in. Again, that's a lot of Thors, but they're also they're so thick. Like, how do they engage? The SimCity working against them. These gateways going down is going to help uThermal. So we got a recall to reinforce. Recalling in more carriers. At the same time, Ling Hydra reinforcements moving in. Oh, G Machine is left behind. Some of the Lurkers do go down, but again, he's just focusing on his main push. Oh, the lift on the Zealots. Let's go. uThermal losing all of his bases. I did not realize that he didn't expand towards his offside. uThermal losing every single base. Down to what? Down to 14 Thors, and again, they just cannot keep up. Just not mobile enough. As he has to lift his buildings, so open the area up. Or is that so thick? Get out here. Thermal supply blocks. The ground army just collapsing here on these Thors. Carriers are coming to support. Oof. And Lurkers are going down. Likewise, slow zone here on the main army. Blinding clouds as well. GG gets called, and GG Machine and Shameless, the blue team, they bounce back and they take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. They were dead, by the way. If you weren't here at the start of the game, welcome one and all. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. But at the start of the game, if you remember, both uThermal and Goblin, they went for a borderline all in. They pushed right down mid. I say all in. If you recall, what had happened was Shameless he overextended, and Shameless took some massive mines to the face. He lost like 8 Phoenixes. He got caught by the Cyclones, caught by the Stalkers. He lost the entire Phoenix army. After that occurred, we had a massive counterattack with uThermal and Goblin pushing out. They killed the third, and they killed the natural base of Shameless. Shameless, he was out of the game. He lost everything. But they were very patient, and we saw that G-Machine, he was building up his own Ling Hydra composition. With the help of the Phoenixes that Shameless did preserve, there was a very close hold, a very close defense at the natural base, and they barely held on, they barely survived. And from there, I was impressed that they recovered. From there, it was a 1v2. It was G-Machine versus Goblin and uThermal. But because the Phoenixes were retained, and because I think there were like 13 Phoenixes at the time, they were able to counterattack, harass, they were able to support the main Zerg army as well. And yeah, I was impressed, very impressed there that Shameless was able to recover despite losing so much. Like, again, the game almost ended then and there. It was almost over, but continued, and they were able to snowball out of control themselves. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to G-Machine and Shameless. And with that, they advance on to the semi-finals. Oh boy, where they have their next set of opponents. It's not going to be easy here. Spirit and ShoWTimE. Now, this is a unique pairing. For those that are curious, at the time of this tournament, there was a wardy, I believe like the spring bash or the spring championship was going on. There was another wardy event that was actually clashing with uThermal's tournament. And because of that, there were a couple of players that weren't able to take part. One of them is Spirit's regular teammate. If you know anything about 2v2s, you would know that the best players in 2v2, the best teams, are Spirit and MaxMax. Spirit and MaxMax, they straight up, they are the best team in the world for 2v2. They win every tournament that they play in, without exception. Like, they've won every single tournament that they play in. And the second best team, which have gotten second place every time they play, is Clem and Trigger. We have Clem and Trigger as the number 2 team in the world, and we have Spirit and MaxMax as the number 1 team in the world. But specifically for this tournament, because this was clashing with Wardy's 1v1 tournament, both MaxMax and Clem weren't available. They were both competing in that tournament. I think Clem ended up winning. I think MaxMax got like 3rd place or 4th place. I think Clem ended up winning the entire thing. But they couldn't compete, right? They couldn't compete in this tournament. So because of that, Spirit reached out. He reached out to find a new teammate, and he found ShoWTimE. So next best thing, right? Hey, if you can't have MaxMax, ShoWTimE, right? So ShoWTimE stepped in. It was a unique pairing just because, if you remember, last month we had ShoWTimE and Lambo. ShoWTimE and Lambo, they were a team, but their team was broken, and this time it was Spirit and ShoWTimE. And this month, I believe Lambo played with Hearthstone. So we had the streamer team with Lambo and Hearthstone. I think they got knocked out in the quarterfinals, or yeah, I think in the quarterfinals. But we have like the new, maybe favorite team with Spirit and ShoWTimE. I don't know how well they'll work together. I don't know how ShoWTimE approaches this kind of matchup and this kind of and 2v2, how he does it differently to MaxMax. We'll see. Likewise, again, Clem, because it was unavailable, it meant that Trigger didn't play. But Clem and Trigger, they're usually the number 2 team. But they won't be a part of this. So we're gonna have a new pairing here in the semis and even coming into the finals as well, just because the regular top teams are not here, right? MaxMax isn't here, Trigger isn't here, Clem isn't here. So we're getting ready for the semifinals. Up first is going to be Spirit ShoWTimE versus Shameless G-Machine. Up next is going to be Skillous and Elazer. Skiller, if you will, or Elias. I don't know. But we have Skillous and Elazer, the Team Liquid team, up against Milky Cow and Wayne. Up next as well. Those are going to be the top 4 teams. Those are going to be the 2 semifinals. We are going to be going on a short break to get ready for said semis, because it is going to be semifinals and then grand finals thereafter. So we are going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our semis. See you soon. See you soon. Happy. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OC as we return. We have returned here with our semi-finals with our top 4 players of this month's 2v2 circuit. Here we go. My condolences to uThermal and Goblin as they did make a deep run. They got into the top 8, but they did not barely make it into the top 4. I do believe they could have definitely taken that game on Emerald City. It was very close, very clutch with how much damage they dealt early on, but they weren't quite able to completely cripple Shameless, and it was an impressive comeback that Shameless and GG Machine were able to bring together. It was very impressive, but we'll see how they can compete against arguably the best team in the tournament. I say arguably because it's only involving one of the duos. Usually it's Spirit and MaxPax. Spirit and MaxPax, they are the best players in 2v2, but MaxPax isn't here, and ShoWTimE comes in as the replacement man. And how does he fare? Is he a good kind of replacement? Is he a good pairing here for Spirits? We'll see. We'll find out. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on Undercurrent. Let us go. As against Spirit and MaxPax, they usually have some very active styles. They're also very quick to transition into late game, into SkyToss if need be as well. But here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner, we have of Undercurrent. We have our Terran and Protoss duo. We have Spirit and ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Zergan Protoss duo. We have Shameless and GG Machine. Let's go. Let us go. Now, something that we've seen from GG Machine has been, I would say, a little bit more unique compared to the other Zerg competitors that we've seen in this tournament series in 2v2s. So we do cast and we do watch a lot of Serral, for example. Serral, a lot of Wayne. Those are the two Zerg players that come to mind. Lambo as well. And usually in 2v2s, we see more Roche heavy styles and we see more Muta switches as well. Like when it comes to like mid-game play, like a lot of Muta play, a lot of Roche heavy compositions instead. Meanwhile, we have seen from GG Machine like his goal, his end game, time and time again, has been to get into Lurker Tech. Has been to embrace Lurker Tech. We haven't really seen how that fares against a mech SkyToss composition. Goblin and uThermal didn't quite get there. Goblin, I don't think he ever really embraced any SkyToss units. I think he went Tempest that one time. That's true. He did go into like Tempest Mothership, but it was a later transition. So I don't know how powerful this will be, just because typically you're going to be forced to go into Spire and Corruptors and a different kind of setup against, you know, that kind of Giga late game SkyToss mech. And I'm sure Spirit and ShoWTimE are willing to do that. Again, I was referring to like how would ShoWTimE be a good fit against Spirit? Would he be a good fit? Well, ShoWTimE is known for, you know, slower style, mid-game, late game, potentially getting to SkyToss as well. If anyone's going to be willing to do that, it would be ShoWTimE. I mean, MaxPax does as well in 2v2s, but I'm sure ShoWTimE would also be willing to do so if need be, like if they're forced into that kind of scenario. What I will say, it isn't just that GG Machine and Shameless, it isn't just that they're very mid-game oriented and but they're also very aggressive. They're very aggressive. Time and time again, we see run-bys, counterattacks, Nidus play as well. It's a very active style, and we saw that Goblin and uThermal had a really hard time keeping up, specifically on this map on Undercurrent. We'll see how our players do adjust though. For now, Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE. Likewise, Rack Expand, Economic Opener here by Spirit. So far, so good. From the other side, Hatch Gas Pool. We actually haven't seen a GG Machine and Shameless Cheese. Like, that hasn't happened yet, at least on stream. So, Standard Opener out of GG Machine. Likewise, Standard Opener out of Shameless as well. We have a Tech of Choice, Stargate as well. So, both players opening up Stargate. Because of this, we'll see if anyone does go into Phoenixes. With both Protoss players going into Stargates, I'm sure they're going to be tempted to go into Phoenix production. Otherwise, we should be seeing Oracles. There we go, Oracle first out of ShoWTimE, and Phoenix first out of Shameless. Okay. So this might lead into, once again, a second Stargate into double Stargate Phoenix production. The reasoning for this would be to shut down, the Oracles of his opponent. Meanwhile, the Hellions, they do come in to help support. Adepts go down. So far, the red team, they have an opening. More Hellions on the way. Adepts a shade into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down, and G Machine, he's in trouble here. Where's that ground support? Where's Shameless? Shameless, he has one Phoenix. He can't do much to the drones. The drone's getting roasted, and before we can really begin, the game may just be over here. That's how many? That's 14 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Again, we were skipping warpins. We were delaying any kind of ground support. I say that there were 2 Adepts, and 2 Adepts got taken out real fast and real quick. And without the Adepts, there was nothing. There was just nothing left, nothing here. The Phoenixes are revealed. Twilight Council on the way, so Shameless switching into ground toss. That was how many? That was 14 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. That's a brutal loss. And remember, this wasn't an all-in. This was just a pressure. It's 4 Hellions and 2 Adepts. G Machine, he has a counterattack. Lings, they collapse in. But the Oracles will defend. And Spirit and ShoWTimE, they are looking strong. They're like, they're looking very comfortable, is maybe a better way of putting it. Very comfortable. They crippled GG Machine. They shut down the initial Phoenix aggression as well. And now they can just calm down, get into their 2 base economies, and look to take a 3rd. I mean, ShoWTimE already is. 3rd base all the way for ShoWTimE. And Spirit already has a 3rd TC as well. So 3rd TC for Spirit. So the red team, they have the economic lead, the economic advantage. We do see Shameless trying to take his own 3rd base, likewise G Machine also trying to re-drone, trying to resaturate. Oh, does catch a Cyclone, not bad. Oh, does try to. Trades 1-to-1. Again, switching to Blink. Spirit is going Bio Tank. And so far, I would imagine GG Machine going Ling into Hydra Tech, or Ling main Hydra. As Elazer is on the way, gases are being taken. Another 4th base as well. Now, despite losing all those workers, GG Machine is still behind. I was checking to see if he had resaturated, and he is droning, but he's still trying to recover. Like, he's still in the process of recovering. There we go, double Eva Chamber into a Baneling Nest. He's working towards Ling Bane. Before we can get there, here comes the red team. Here comes Spirit and ShoWTimE. Part of me wishes that that uThermal enforce like team names. That'd be a lot of fun. Like, there are some teams that are a little bit more fitting, like Team Liquid, like Elazer and SKillous. They're both on Team Liquid, so it just fits. It would be fun. Give them some team names. So now we do collapse in from behind. Shameless diving in the army, going for the tanks. Tanks are being shut down. I speak up on the tanks at least, but alas, ShoWTimE, he pulls back. We have more reinforcements on the way. They can just keep going. They can keep pushing. Shameless and GG Machine, they did everything they can to defend against the first wave, but here comes the second. Once again, going for the tank. Nice control there from ShoWTimE, though. He blinks back. He saves the tank. But they're going to be overrun, and they hold. Whew, blue team does hold on. Oh no! I spoke too soon. Stasis goes off. Stasis goes off. The bait was real. ShoWTimE collapsing on the army. Behind this, both ShoWTimE and Spirit just taking 4th bases. Just taking more expansion. Sorry, 3rd base for Spirit, 4th base for ShoWTimE. You know, no surprise here. Hygien's on the way, Infestation's on the way. GG Machine, he wants to get into Lurker Tech. He needs a little bit more time. Teching into Lunkers. Oof. Stasis goes off. Stasis goes off. We have a Dark Shrine on the way for Shameless. See, they try to catch out the Lings. A lot of Lings do go down. Spirit coming into reinforce. And without Lurkers, yeah, this base is going to fall. They cannot hold on. Shameless trying to catch reinforcements. But the momentum is real. The base falls. Now moving in towards that natural. Baneling's now morphing in as well. Lurker Den is still only halfway done. Oh, Spirit here extends. And Spirit is on his own. Oh my god, massive pickup. That effect goes down. A little bit of miscommunication there. As Elazer do get into the mineral lines, they get into the bases. Basically, Spirit, he pushed forward as ShoWTimE was backing off. So, yo, we gotta sync up. Talk to each other, man. We talk to each other. That's gonna be a kill, not a cancel. That's canceled. Did Spirit just kill it? Did that just? Did Spirit just kill one of ShoWTimE stalkers? Yo, Spirit, calm down, papi, calm down. God damn it. As we are pushing in, lurkers are now barely coming into play. I think there's one lurker. Yeah, just the one. One lurker. And that should not be enough. As Shameless does blink in, takes down the tank. ShoWTimE rotating over, going for the base. And GG Machine, they can't afford these losses. Drones are going down. Shameless trying to keep up. That's gonna be 34 drones in total. Aye, aye, aye. We'll lose a mineral line. And ShoWTimE finds another expansion, another base. And again, GG Machine, who was already still recovering from earlier, the lurker goes down. Massive pickup. Spirit, he splits up, going towards the southern side. Does force a recall. Another hatchery goes down. So GG Machine losing 2 bases. Losing a mineral line. Morphing in a handful of lurkers, trying to hold on, trying to buy time. At the same time, Spirit pushing towards Shameless. And trading well with his bio. Oh, Elazer coming for a flank though. And Elazer will flank. Shameless, he holds his own. He forces back he forces back Spirit. Does force him back. Picks off tanks, picks off liberators. Shameless, he's holding his own. GG Machine, he's holding on. He's on how many? He's on 5 lurkers. Hive upgrades kicking in. Getting into his hive upgrades. Oh! ShoWTimE getting sorted. Another hatchery is denied. Spirit, he's just keeping his opponent busy. Here we kind of have two 1v1s. Two 1v1s here. We have Spirit and Shameless on the right hand side. Meanwhile, we have ShoWTimE and GG Machine on the left. And remember, Spirit and ShoWTimE have map control, so they have more bases. They're just mass expanding behind this, taking more bases, more expansions, maxing out. Shameless and GG Machine, they're being starved out instead. Here goes the dive. Oh, a brutal dive here out of ShoWTimE. Bleeds out a lot of stalkers, but he breaks through the lurkers. At least the first line of defense. Now we have a second line of lurkers. Has to be respected. At the same time, Spirit pushing forward. Shameless, he does get on top of the tanks. But it's too many Marines. Yeah, too many Marines. The Spirit, he will take this fight. Likewise, GG Machine, he bleeds out most of his lurkers. Shameless plummeting in supply, and Spirit, he breaks through. He breaks through. Another base falls. ShoWTimE rotating over. Think Ramai gets attempted. Prism into the main, not bad. Shameless going for a big counterattack. Gets into the main base, but Shameless, he will lose 2 bases. Oh, the 3rd and the 4th. I guess the 4th and the 5th. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE, he breaks through that defensive line. Takes down another base. Prism still popping up. But the blue team, they're running out of steam. They're just running out of steam at this point. They're running out of resources. That's a kill, not a cancel. Another Nexus goes down. GG Machine, he just cannot expand. He's just stuck on 2 bases. He cannot get a 3rd. It's not happening. Yeah, now the armies are coming together. Shameless, he's out of units. It's just GG Machine. Losing another lurker. Oh god, the Hydras get surrounded. GG gets called. And with that, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they will take game number 1. Whew. GG. They do take a lead in the series. Again, they're coming in as arguably the favored team here. in tonight's broadcast, and they do break through again. Unfortunately, GG Machine and SKillous, they just had a really rough start to the game. Winding it back, it all began with the Hellion run by. It was 2 Adepts and 4 Hellions. They initially did surround and they did catch SKillous. Remember, SKillous, he had 2 Adepts. He had 2 Adepts on the ramp. He lost both Adepts. As soon as the Adepts went down, bam, they busted in and they roasted off that mineral line. GG Machine, he was a little bit greedy. He did skip his Lings, so he couldn't support the Adepts of his opponents, and with that, he lost 14 drones. He lost far too many workers. With that, GG Machine, he was crippled at the start of the game and never quite able to recover. Almost did, you know, he technically got into hive tech, he got into lurkers, but he just had a really hard time getting into the mid game, and he had no map presence, no map control. GG. With that, we're getting into game number 2, and we'll see if the Zerg and Protoss duo can fight back, or if Spirit and ShoWTimE will clean it up. See if they can bring it home. As spawning in the top left hand corner, we have our red team, we have our Protoss and Terran duo, we have ShoWTimE and Spirit. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue duo, we have the blue team, we have GG Machine and SKillous. Down in the series, we'll see if they can bounce back, we'll see if they can make a series out of this. Oh boy. And again, they were, you know, holding their own for a time. They were fighting and trading well, considering how rough the start was. Just to re-emphasize, GG Machine, he lost 14 drones at the start of the game. He was crippled, and because of that, like, they just couldn't be as active as they usually are in the mid game. They couldn't be active, they couldn't be aggressive. We'll see how our players will adjust, if at all. Coming into this, we once again are going to be sharing main bases and sharing naturals, so kind of work together here to try to hold and defend. Hopefully this time GG Machine does make extra links early on. Previously he did skip link production, so that's why he couldn't really support the Adepts, and everything just went south. As we have our hatch gas pool, standard opener out of our Zerg there, likewise standard opener out of everyone involved. Again, we had some more quirky play out of uThermal and Goblin at times, but here Spirit and ShoWTimE are opening up. Oh, never mind, I was gonna say standard. That is gonna be a Rax into Factory out of Spirit. Okay, Spirit is looking to be more aggressive this time. Now with this, we can go for an early add-on swap into earlier Hellion production, I would imagine. Show us a swap. As the delayed naturals on the way. Yep, there's the add-on swap into reactored Hellion. And these are going to be much faster Hellions earlier on as well. There's going to be a lot of Hellions early on from the side of Spirit. Meanwhile, the the Rax is floating. Let's go. This could be indicative of mech, by the way, as the Rax is floating over to, I believe, yep, hunt down this Overlord. Stargate opener out of SKillous. Likewise, I believe, yep, Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE as well. So the two Protoss players are going for the same openers once again. Meanwhile, the Rax is here to hunt down the Overlord, and he will get it. The Overlord is going to go down. It's a bad-looking GG Machine. And here we go. Here come the early Adepts and early Hellions. Once again, they do rush in. This time, the wall is solid. Wall into the main is solid. Eva chamber here on the low ground. Oh my god. Drones do pull away. And so far so good. And remember, this time Oracle first. Like, another reason why this got out of hand last game is because it was a Phoenix first opener out of SKillous, and the Phoenixes did not help at all against this. The Oracle can, and there we go. There's the NG overcharge. We had a Hellion volley on the Lings, but this time the Hellions are forced back. So a much cleaner defense this time from the blue team. Much cleaner. And Spirit will have a later expansion, later saturation. Oracle into the main. I said clean defense. Oracle gets 3 probe kills. Pulls away. Now, as it settles, do you see what I see? I see a second Stargate. Now, ShoWTimE saw that as well. Checking his vision, he saw the second Stargate. He knows it's going to be mass, or it's going to be double Stargate. It's going to be mass Phoenix here out of our Protoss, out of Shameless. So, mass Phoenix out of Shameless. Meanwhile, we do have a Twilight Council out of ShoWTimE, so we're switching into a Blink Stalker. Switching into a ground army instead. Machine is joining, saturating, taking his gases. Nice stutter stepping. Shameless catching at the Hellions. Oh. Does catch him out. Behind this, it is going to be not mech. The Rax actually floated all the way back home. Floated back home, and we are going instead into Bio. So once again, Bio tank from Spirit. And again, Blink Stalker out of ShoWTimE. Phoenixes are going to be amassing. Ling Bane out of G Machine. So once again, G Machine doing what he does best. It's going to be Ling Bane into a Hydra Lurker eventually. But this time the blue team actually have a solid start. This time they're not crippled coming at the gate. Now this Mass Phoenix style, it can work quite well in 2v2. This style was nerfed, and this used to be the meta. This used to be very prevalent, but a change was made to this tournament where players have to play on a mod, and the mod does actually increase the time it takes for shared resources to be activated. So now it takes longer for players to share resources. In the past, basically we'd see TVP where the Terran just feeds the Protoss, and they go into like quadruple like Phoenix production real fast and real quick, and it was disgusting. So that build has since been removed from the game essentially, with the removal of shared resources early on. But despite that, we do see that Shameless, he's still opting to go into Mass Phoenix with 2 Stargates. Meanwhile, Oracles, they bust into the main. Ooh, they just annihilate that mineral, and they recall back home as well, despite the Mass Phoenix ShoWTimE popping off. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. If you go Mass Phoenix like this, you should be safe against Oracles. And that was what? That was 9 probe kills and the Oracles escape. So nicely done there by ShoWTimE. As we have a triple Stargate production for 3 Phoenixes at a time. Now we saw Goblin and uThermal struggle against this. Eventually uThermal did actually go into Mass Thor. It was actually on this map, but did go into Mass Thor to try to deal with those Phoenixes. Last uThermal, he was torn apart and he was losing all of his bases. He had no economy. We'll see if Spirit and ShoWTimE can fare better. So now we have how many Phoenixes? We have 14. We have the Fleet Beacon on the way, plus an air attack from here. Shameless can switch into Skytoss, into Mothership, Carrier, Tempest. Likewise, the Lurker production is on the horizon. Hive is already on the way. Spirit and ShoWTimE, sorry, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they've been very passive actually. Outside of the early Hellion, attempted Hellion harass, they've been very passive, getting up to their own 4 bases. Getting a 3rd CC for the Terran, and now we're finally moving out at 8 minutes. Now this is still a push before Lurker attack. True. It's pre-Lunker. Spirit is moving in. Oh, there's a scan. Takes out the stasis. G Machine coming in for the surround. At least he attempts it. Tanks are lifted. Ling Bane rolling in. We're Bailey's crashing. Oh my god, they shut down Spirit real hard. The Bio army crumbles, and with that, ShoWTimE is on his own. He's on his own. ShoWTimE was not there to support the army. Spirit was on his own. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, ShoWTimE wasn't there with the Archons, with the Stalkers to help kind of buffer, help support. And with that, the red team, they're in trouble. Specifically Spirit. Like, ShoWTimE still has an army to work with, that is true, but he's on his own. Like, Spirit needs time to rebuild and to remax. Watch me knocked down. Blue team, they're looking to move in. They want to break this expansion. Stasis does go up. Reds are moving in. So because they do borrow here, we just lift up almost every single Stalker. Get the mass Phoenix with the mass lifts. Stalkers, they get shut down. I say that the Archons has to be respected. The Archon does fight too close to the sun, also force the Lurkers. G Machine is maxed out. Spirit getting desperate, going for a counterattack. But now we have Carrier. Now we have actual Sky Toss. Now ShoWTimE, he will lose the forward expansion. At the same time, Spirit, he does catch some reinforcements. He does delay. But only for so long. As he's also being surrounded. Bleeding out his tanks. Bleeding out his biome. Again, a lot of this came down to the first failed push of Spirit. After that, they were exposed. Nice clean up. ShoWTimE cleans up the main force. Likewise, Spirit stimming forward, takes down one of the carriers. Not bad. Yeah, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they're still in this. They're still in this. Moving out, knocking down more bases. Now more expansions. Likewise, Nidus into the main, but here we go. ShoWTimE still pushing in. Lurker should defend against this as there's no splash damage. But at the same time, Spirit, he just has no chill. He just keeps going. He sends that battle. And there are no Banelings. No Banelings to defend. Nidus Storm does complete, but alas, there's no Lurkers inside. Red team defends. Red team does defend. Coming into this though, again, Spirit, he's the player that's currently lagging behind. He's trying to catch record with the gold. The gold will help, but Spirit needs more time for his production cycles. He's working towards ghosts. Lurkers are moving in. Oof. So you move in. Okay, within range of the planetary. Planetary under fire. ShoWTimE trying to support. Counterattacking instead. That's counterattack. That's going to be a kill node to cancel. Lurkers in already. Massive catch. He's nice. 1, 2, 3 Lurkers. 4 Lurkers even. 4 Lurkers go down, but here comes the mass lift. Oh my god, once again, just lifting everything. It's crazy. Does lift, forces the recall. Meanwhile, the carrier army does push forward. Oh, there is that's a lot of Marines though. That's a lot of Marines. But we got plenty of interceptors, plenty of carriers. Do we have a slow zone? We're holding on to it. There it is. There's a cloak. There's a slow zone. Does pull away. Lurkers now coming in. And it looks like they've done it. The blue team, they break on through. Spirit and ShoWTimE, they might be the favorites. But oh my god. But again, they were lacking a little bit of teamwork early on. And with that, the Sky Toss, the Lurkers, they're moving in. And again, mass carrier as well, no Tempest. Let's go. As bases are falling, one after the other. Again, Spirit, he never quite recovered. He's got some ghosts, but it's too late for that. And breaking more deepers, pushing into the natural. The ghosts have arrived. And the ghosts, they do snipe a lot of Lurkers here, but now it's not just Lurkers. Not anymore. Now there's Mass Carrier as well. We can see ShoWTimE trying to catch reinforcements. Stuck with the Stalker army. Oh, we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. Oh, the Ghosts. Ghosts are going down. We just mass lift everything. Going for the Ghosts. Stalkers are trying to come in. They're pushing into Lunkers, though. They're pushing into the Lunkers. And GG gets called. With that, GG Machine and SKillous, they take game 2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG will play it again. A very intense game, very intense back and forth. For the most part, we saw the GG Machine and SKillous had a bit of a better start this time, with, of course, not losing all those drones at the start of the game. Likewise, we saw a fumbled assault from Spirit and ShoWTimE, where Spirit, he did push on his own towards the top side, and he got completely surrounded and collapsed upon by both armies. And ShoWTimE, he just wasn't there to support Spirit either. Again, ShoWTimE not quite in position to save Spirit, or Spirit overextending without his teammate. Outset teammate. And with that, after Spirit's army got shut down, then it was almost a 1v2 for a while. And now we're in the ace match. We're in game 3. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Arctic Flowers, we have the red team. We have the Terran and Protoss duo. We have Spirit and ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Zerg and Protoss duo. We have GG Machine and SKillous. Let's go. And welcome one and all to Arctic Flowers. For the first time this broadcast, actually. I'll be honest, I've never played on Arctic Flowers. This is one of the newer maps in the 2v2 map pool. I say newer maps, I think this was introduced last year. If you remember, like, it was start of last year where they actually revamped and they actually updated the 2v2 map pool for the first time in years. Many, many years. And I believe Arctic Flowers is one of said new maps. And I say new, it's been around for like a year at this point, but in my mind, new map. Here we go. It moves out. Phoenix every game. I do recommend the VODs because that was so far Phoenix's twice from SKillous. He did it once so far this series. And of course, did do it against once against uThermal and Goblin. Here we go. Recall he did not go Phoenixes in game 1. So I do recommend watching more VODs. More StarCraft. So now we're settling in. We're now going to be settling in, and again, when it comes to the map itself, we do have shared main bases, we have shared natural bases. The third bases are a little bit more accessible. We have some interesting speed zones in the center of the map as well. There are some goal bases, some very exposed goal bases actually. Interesting. We could definitely see these bases taken if we wanted to be more aggressive and more assertive. We have seen that before from Spirit on Undercurrent. Yo, and a shout out to Bomioja. Ga, Papi Ga. Este Bomioja. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great time. Welcome, welcome. Welcome one and all to uThermal's 2v2 circuit. This is a monthly tournament that does feature 2v2. And it's been gaining a lot of interest and a lot of popularity amongst the players. It's one of those things where I don't think we've seen this too often before, but where players like, you know, the best players in the world, Serral, Clem, ShoWTimE, MaxPack, Spirit, Trigger, they've all been embracing and jumping into like the 2v2 circuit. Been a lot of fun. It's been very competitive, and it's been really cool to see the evolution of the 2v2 meta over time as well. Because more people are playing 2v2, 2v2 is actually like evolving over time. When it comes to play styles, when it comes to the meta itself, really cool to see. Kind of the 2v2 scene kind of revitalized in a way, thanks to uThermal. I mean, Wardy did help as well. For those that remember, Wardy, he started hosting team game tournaments at the end of last year during the off season. I think he did so for a couple of months. But thank you, Bamiota, thank you. As now Shameless opening up with a pro. Oh, wait, we're cheesing. Let's go. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. But we are going to be rushing out across the map. We do have some droning here from GG Machine, but we are rushing out with Lings. Proxy is ready. And how many gateways do we have? 3 gates. So it's going to be Proxy 3 gate or 3 gate setup here from Shameless. Does move out. No blink. Does have a Twilight Council. This is a little bit haphazard, but here we go. Warping in 3 Stalkers at a time, pushing in. Second bunker's on the way. Spirit, they're walling up, Void Ray production has begun. Getting to Void Rays, another line of defense here, another line of shield batteries. And behind this GG Machine, he's droning. He's saturating, he's backing off. Blink did just begin here for Shameless. They did have a very aggressive opener here, but after seeing this setup, they don't commit. So they respect it. They do respect the position here of Spirit and ShoWTimE. But this does also mean that the red team are contained. They're contained on 2 bases, and this means that GG Machine can get his 3rd base, and Shameless can also take his own 3rd. So faster 3rd bases for the blue team. They are saturating. Again, for those who haven't been tuning in, both GG Machine and Shameless, they've been having a very active, very aggressive style, with often a very gateway heavy composition out of the Protoss and Lingbane Hydra Lurker out of GG Machine. So Blink is on the way, and we don't really expect Shameless to take up further from here. We expect Blink and Charge, but not much more than that. He has been avoiding Robo play and Storm play in favor of just mass Swarm Toss instead. Now we're setting up, but now the proxy is being found, is being shut down. To have the melee and range upgrades once again for GG Machine. Once again, it's heading towards Lingbane Hydra, and the game is slowing down. But again, with the blue team holding and maintaining that better economy. So yeah, breaking out. Yeah, they do commit across the map. This is all on 2 bases. 3rd base is still on the way for the Protoss, and Spirit, he never expanded. Just now getting a 3rd TC. But they do break out. What do we have? Okay, we have 2 tanks, 2 Void Rays. So back into the army. Stim is not yet done, by the way. I mean, that's how fast this is. And the 4th base is forfeit. Sim finishing up in a couple of seconds. Lings are coming from behind, but oh, the tanks will punish. Ay, ay, ay. And ShoWTimE and Spirit, they just keep on pushing forward. They break through the 4th, getting on top of the 3rd. Again, there's barely an army to work with. Lings, they try to run by another Stasis. Stasis pops off, catching out GG Machine. And another base falls, the 4th and the 3rd. And GG Machine, he's in trouble. He needed more time to get into his own Hydras. Coming in for the surround. Stalkers from one end, but it's still not going to be enough. The tanks, they do maintain themselves. Stalkers, they blink into the main. They blink on in. There's some Lingbane waiting for him, but he can always blink down. Oh, still just trades well. Just trades well. Finally going to be cleaned up. Stalkers finally go down. Tanks under fire as well. Oof. Still a brutal trade. And here come reinforcements. ShoWTimE does move out. Down goes the expansion. But it looks like finally Shameless will help clean this up. Takes down both tanks and cleans up the army. Okay, so blue team, they are going to be able to hold on, but the losses were brutal, specifically for the Zerg. GG Machine, he lost 2 bases. He lost 2 expansions. I believe he did save most of his drones. That's 12 drones going down. And for the near future, it's going to be more of a 1v2, right? 2 basing Zerg player. He needs time to recover, needs time to rebuild, re-drone. Spirit, he even took the center gold. I mean, we mentioned this at the start of the game. Like, depending on how aggressive you are, you can take the gold base to push with your army. So the gold in control of Spirit. ShoWTimE getting a 4th base. And Spirit and ShoWTimE looking very comfortable. They're slowing the game down. They're building up and securing their economies. Right now, the onus is on Shameless to make something happen. Shameless has the largest army out of all players. His own economy was untouched. He's moving out with some DTs. Let's go. Moving out with some Dark Templar. Up. There are cannons waiting. Yeah, cannons will shut him down. 1 DT gets into the natural. At the same time, ShoWTimE moving out. Doesn't counter the Hydras. Doesn't counter both armies. Oh. Still away. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off. And drop here behind the army. Spirit not taking this line down. Does go for drop play. Distracting the opponent or distracting the blue team. Forcing them back. He's still happily mining with his gold. The DT was dealt with. Killed how many? Oh, 30 SC. Oh my god. That 1 DT killed the mineral line. Spirit, yes, he was dropping, but Spirit, he was distracted. Oh no. As Spirit, who will lose 30 SCVs in total. That is brutal losses for Spirit. To recover, G Machine going for the gold. True. Does go for the gold base. Hive is on the way, Lurkerton is on the way. G Machine needs a little bit more time to reach his final form to get into that ideal more late game, that ideal Lurker tech. ShoWTimE moving in, going for the expansion. Let's go for the expansion. ShoWTimE pulling away. Shameless, he's holding on, and we've done it. The lurkers are here despite the rough start. Remember, G Machine, he lost 12 workers and he lost 2 bases at the start of the game, but he has recovered. He has recovered. Now lurkers are coming out. As I say that though, I say that too soon. Spirit drops in, and he will snipe another expansion. The main base goes down. G Machine just getting bullied here, losing the main base, losing the 4th. At the same time, ShoWTimE pushing in. Yeah, the blue team is struggling. Have a hard time keeping up. Another base goes down. That's a kill, not a cancel. 2 hatcheries and a nexus. At the same time, Zella run by across the map. Zella warp in. Does get some worker kills. Does get some workers, but alas, ShoWTimE, yeah, still just forcing his way through. You could argue overextending, but he does have... Yeah, he has to calm down. As Shameless does have the defense advantage. Drop back into the main. Still trading well, takes out all the Hydras. And on the one hand, yes, G Machine, he got into Lurker tech, but alas, he's being torn apart, losing base after base. And the red team may have just done it. As ShoWTimE pushing in. He may have a more macro reputation, a more defensive reputation in 1v1, but nah, here he's just popping off. Engaging with the lurkers. This is a rough trade for ShoWTimE, but he will still pick off, what, 1, 2, 3 lurkers. Oh, has to pull away. ShoWTimE does plummet in supply. It's a 1v2. Yo, where's Spirit? Pappy, what's going on? ShoWTimE fighting by himself, but here we go. The ghosts have arrived. Spirit a little bit late to the party. And ShoWTimE does plummet in supply as a result. Again, Spirit who's focusing on his drop play. And to be fair, he was getting damage done. Killing bases. While sniping expansions. As it settles, the red team is still looking very much so in form. Still very in control. They may have overextended a little bit here, and ShoWTimE lost some units, Spirit as well, but their economies are still untouched. That's what's important here. Spirit still has the gold, he's taking another fresh mining base bottom right. Likewise, ShoWTimE has a 5th fully operational. Their economies are solid, so they can afford these losses. SKillous and GG Machine, they cannot. Can't afford these trades. Workers trying to keep up. A massive move out from Spirit. It doesn't count to the lurkers, they're on their own. Yeah, massive snipes. Catching at 3, 4, 5, 6 lurkers. Yeah, every lurker goes down. There is no support. Base as well. And GG Machine, he has been broken. At this point, he has been broken. He lost his bases and he lost his army. SKillous, he's looking to hold his own against ShoWTimE, but even then, cannot keep up. Lost too many bases earlier, too many workers. Spirit pushing in, GG gets called, and Spirit and ShoWTimE, they will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Again, Spirit, he is no stranger to the finals. As Spirit, he's a part of the best 2v2 team in the world, Spirit and MaxPax, but ShoWTimE, a good replacement here. I was a little bit concerned that that we'd see longer, slower games with ShoWTimE and Spirit playing together. But I appreciate that they were actually quite aggressive and quite assertive, like especially here in game 3, both breaking out together, which we don't really see too often with these two players. But we did have a unified push early on. That was the first move out where we saw GG Machine lose his 4th and his 3rd. If you remember, GG Machine, he was maybe being a little bit too greedy. He was droning up, he was expanding, he didn't really have much of an army to work with, so they just could not defend those bases. And from then and there, they did survive, they did holds, but it was a brutal loss, and it did set GG Machine behind. SKillous, he was untouched when it came to his economy, but again, he couldn't do much by himself on his own. It also allowed both Spirit and ShoWTimE to mass expand. Right after their successful push, they took the gold, they took a 4th, a 5th base as well, and again, their bases were, for the most part, untouched. We did see some DT harass, which did kill 30 SCVs. Like, I'm still shocked that many workers went down to the Dark Templar and Zealot harass. So we saw that Spirit was having a bit of a harder time defending at times, but overall, GG. Overall, GG, well played. With that, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they advance on to the grand finals, and we'll see who they face off in those finals. As up next, we do have our next semis, SKillous and Elazer. We have Team Liquid up against Wayne and Milky Cow. Let's go. We have our next set of semifinals. Hasn't watched any games in the tournament played on the research trading tax mod? Yes, I mentioned this before, but I'll mention it again. When it comes to this tournament, it is played on a specific mod which does actually extend the time it takes for players to be able to trade resources with each other. Previously, without this mod, the meta would actually be very often Mass Phoenix. Mass Phoenix would be the meta. This was like maybe last year, but since the mod has been introduced, that has disincentivized that kind of play, as that was plaguing the meta. That was kind of the go-to style. We saw it very, very often, just Mass Phoenix. The reason why you could do it is because the Terran teammate would often feed the Protoss player to allow the Protoss to get into extra Stargates and to make more Phoenixes sooner and earlier. That was very much so the meta of 2v2, and probably still plagues the ladder of 2v2. But when it comes to these tournaments, again, the mod was introduced to disincentivize and to deter that kind of play. We still, as we saw, did see some Phoenix play out of SKillous, but it was not the same kind of play that we saw previously. How our teams decided? You just sign up with a teammate. You just sign up. Like, there's no like draft, if that's what you mean. Like, these like SKillous and Elazer, for example, they're good friends. They're good friends, so they play together. Wayne and Milky Cow, they're good friends, so they play together. They just sign up with a teammate. Sign up with with the teammate. Like, there's no draft or there's no player pool that you pick from. Just friends signing up together. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Reclamation. We have our Team Liquid duo. We have our red Zerg player for Atlanta, Poland. We have our red Protoss. We have SKillous and Elazer. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have Milky Cow and Wayne. Here we go. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. Oh, hello. And Milky Cow does open up with a proxy 2-racks. Here we go. There's 2 SCVs move out. 2 racks are going to be on the way, and we are setting up for the proxy. Behind this, it is going to be a hatch. No, sorry, gas first. Gas pool opener out of Wayne. So it's going to be a short one here. Wayne is going for early link speed, potentially a Bane bust alongside the proxy 2-racks. Let's go. We actually haven't seen any or much cheese at all. The closest we saw to cheese was when uThermal went 3-racks Reaper and Goblin went 2-gate double adept opener. I think that was the most aggressive we've seen so far this tournament. But this is even further beyond. Let's go. So we are going to be committing that much harder. So far, the Probe Scout, yep, does confirm early gas, early pool, late expansion, so they are aware that early aggression is coming their way, and SKillous, he will check the main base of the Terran and also confirm missing Raxes. So, shout out to SKillous. SKillous, he confirms everything that's happening for the most part. They don't know where the proxy is. Oh my, wait, what? What is Double Tech Lab. Double Tech Lab on the way. This is not 2-racks Reaper, this is not 2-racks Marine. We're going 2-racks Marauder into Concussive Shell. Okay. Let's go. Sure, I've never seen this before. So proxy 2-racks double Marauder production. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Okay, so alongside this, again, early gas means early link speed. Lings are floating across the map as well to join up with Milky Cow. And here we go, the Wayne and the Cow coming together. Behind this, we do have initially a Chronode Stalker on the way. We have some Lings in production here. Spine Crawler gets thrown down. But is this response a little bit too lax here from our Team Liquid team? From Team Liquid, is it too lax? Here we go. The boys are being pulled. Bunker is not yet done, and the first Marauder is being targeted down. Oh my god, does barely pull away. Does fall. Massive pickup. Yeah, down goes the Marauder, and the Bunker is barely denied. Whew. Bunker does not finish, and with that, we hold. With that, the red team does hold. There is no Bunker. There's only one Marauder. Shield battery is done. Stalker survives. Oh, I spoke too soon. We do get a surround. Collapsing on the Stalker. And does get one. Does get one Stalker. Likewise, Marauder's being targeted down. Does get another Marauder. And with that, we hold. We should still hold on. Lings overwhelmed. And we're still all in, by the way. Like, we're still not droning. Wayne, he still commits. He still commits across the map. Gets us around. Takes out another Stalker. Another Stalker falls. Link speed now kicks in here for Elazer. And he wants those Marauders. He gets us around one. One Marauder goes down. He wants the other. And he does get another surround. Oh, barely not. Uh-oh. SKillous overextending. Has to pull back. Oracle has arrived. Nothing shoots up. The Oracle just has free reign. Focusing down the Marauders. It takes down the Marauders. Takes down the Lings. Behind this, pumping out more Oracles. And finally, we do not see any droning, by the way. We're still no droning. The proxy is denied. And back at home, we do have a factory follow-up. CC on the high ground. Second factory is on the way, going into mech. But this is a rough positioning for Wayne and Milky Cow. They're just so far behind. Elazer getting a third. He's getting a third base up and running. Likewise, SKillous is on 2 base saturation. Again, this was completely all in. This had to do more damage. And here we go. Wayne does skirt around. Ooh, heads towards the bases. There is a spine cooler in position. Queen is going to be targeted. Wayne is going to be overwhelmed. No, the Queen! He gets surrounded! Queen gets surrounded. There's nothing for him to defend. At the same time, Wayne does hit the third base, or does hit the natural of Elazer. Surrounds the spine crawler. Not bad. Spine crawler does go down. Elazer also in trouble. Uh-oh. Both Zerg players under fire. Drones, they do try to save the Queen. Not quite able to. A lot more workers going down. Drones that force the fight. Gonna be forced to engage, and with that Elazer, he will hold on. Does cost him a lot of drones down to 70 workers, but GG gets called. Wayne, he's out of this. So is Milky Cow, and Elazer and SKillous Team Liquid. They take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Yeah, if I recall, Shameless went Phoenixes twice in that matchup. He kind of did go Phoenixes against uThermal and Goblin. That is true. That one time. But here we go. We're getting into game 2. Going to be loading into Rascallion. And again, just hyper aggression, hyper cheese out of Wayne and Milky Cow. And I appreciate it just because we haven't really seen any all-ins yet. I feel like 2v2 is maybe a little bit known for that sort of style, but it's a little bit rarer when it comes to the upper echelons of team games, of players. You don't really see as many cheese or as many cheeses. It's harder to work. I do feel like it's very map specific. Something that the previous map has that I should have pointed out that the others don't is split bases, right? A lot of these maps have shared mains and shared naturals. The map that we just played on, Reclamation, is one of the few maps in this tournament map pool that doesn't have a shared main. So this is where you can all in and you can try to target one player and focus them down, and it's harder for the teammate to actually protect their own teammate, right? To protect their opposing player, just because they're in another main, they're in another base. So we did see that attempted. It did seem like they were trying to target down SKillous, but in the end, Elazer, he was able to hold on, able to support SKillous, and GG, well played. With that, they do take game 1, and now we're jumping into game number 2, and we're going to be loading into Rascallion. And this features, again, shared main bases. So now I doubt we're going to be seeing any cheese here. It's going to be less effective. It's going to be easier for our 2 players to defend against aggression on this map. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rascallion, we have the red team. We have SKillous and Elazer together as Team Liquid. Let's go, baby, let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have Milky Cow alongside Wayne. Let's go. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in and calming things down. This time we're droning. This time the Rax is back at home. This time there is no proxy. As we mentioned, if you want to cheese, if you want to all in, certain maps are better for that. This is not one of them. So we do have our hatch first out of Wayne, and again, oh, double gas opener out of Milky Cow. We're going for a Rax into factory before CC. Interesting. My eyes are on the Terran more than anything. Outside of that, everyone else is playing standard. Probe scout from SKillous. He confirms hatch first. Remember, it was last game where SKillous did confirm the cheese and the aggression that was coming their way. But again, no CC because of the double gas opener. We're going for a faster factory. Like, this is not normal. And yeah, you can see the pings. You can see the pings. Like, SKillous, he's taking note. He's like, hold up, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something is amiss. Milky Cow from here, faster factory. He can go into like a reactor, into faster reactor to Hellion. He can go into a 1-1-1 on one base. Like, this is a little bit more peculiar. He goes for a tech lab. Okay, tech lab first out of Milky Cow. From here we can go into early Cyclone. We could go into early Concussive Shell, early Stim. It's gonna be add-on swap, right? Yeah, add-on swap. I'm feeling Cyclone opener. More so than like tank into like a tank drop. That'd be crazy. Is he crazy enough to open tank? No shot. CC on the low ground. Has to be the Cyclone. Command center's on the way. And yes, Cyclone opener. So Cyclone openers are designed to hunt down overlords. They're designed to hunt down overlords, and that's kind of it. Like, they're weak against Lings, against Protoss. They can maybe catch the first gateway units. But the problem here for Milky Cow is that, remember, this is a late expansion. He delayed his natural, he delayed his economy in favor of this. And he is making it up. There we go. Second factory is on the way. So with this, he can hunt down overlords. He can have an earlier cyclone force, I suppose. I'm not too in love with it just because of the delayed economy. But we'll see what he can get done. You can see the rescouting. They still have to confirm whether or not Milky Cow is expanding. Behind this, it is going to be initially no tech here out of either Zerg player. We're not rushing into fast layers. We have our Stargate opener from SKillous going for the Oracle. So just standard opener, standard play here by SKillous. The first Cyclone has arrived and is revealed. Cyclone is revealed. We have more Cyclones on the way, more Hellions as well. I mean, I guess the Cyclone, I mentioned how it hunts down Overlords. It also denies Overlord scouts, right? Like, if we attempted to go into the bases, then Milky Cow can deny everything. So the red team, they're playing in the dark. At least a little bit. We just see Elazer moving out with those Lings. Hellion dive is attempted. Roach Warren out of Wayne, okay. We haven't really seen much Roach play. Again, in the previous matches, GG Machine, the other Zerg player, was very often going Ling Hydra. Almost exclusively. There was one game where he went Roach Hydra. Roaches into Hydra instead. But here, Wayne taking a more traditional approach, going into Ling Roach. Meanwhile, Macro Accelerators is on the way. Widow Mines are amassing, building up more mech. As Ling Scout does get in and does confirm the mech, of course. I mean, seeing these Cyclones was a tell anyway. But now they have more confirmation. Double Oracle into... Oh, no Spore! Oh, Wayne! Wayne cutting corners. No Spore in the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, the Cyclone does punish, but maybe overly reliant on those Cyclones. As that was 5 drones going down. And here comes the early push. So once again, an aggressive style. We can see that Wayne, he is droning somewhat, but for the most part, we are moving out early on with Macville Accelerators, with early Roach production. Both players are committing, and we'll see if they can catch Elazer and SKillous out. So far, 2 Stalkers going down. Blink is not done. Blink is not done. This is basically a 2-base all-in from the Terran side, and likewise from the Zerg side as well. Like, Wayne, he got to worker at 52. 52 workers, barely an economy. Sorry, 43 workers, Jesus. Lings, they collapse in. That's what the Hellions are for. Yeah, Hellions, they roast up the Lings. Ravager Cyclone pushing in. We have 5 Spine Coolers finishing. Oh, sorry, 7 Spine Coolers. Oh my god, Jesus. That's a lot of spines. I say that 2 Spine Coolers go down. 2 Spine Coolers do fall. Lings are just melting here. And SKillous is trying to hold his own, does target down one of those Cyclones, but there's still 2 Cyclones left. Yeah, this push is devastating. The Spines are too far back. Nice round with the Lings. Yeah, nice around. Stalkers, they focus down the Ravagers, the Cyclones as well. 1 Cyclone left, sorry, and another comes in. As we're down to 2 Spine Crawlers, more Spine Crawlers on the way. Once again, just throwing down a wall of Spines. Unfortunately, SKillous, he was not going Roaches, he was going Ling Hydra, and Hydras, they don't help here. Hydras do not help. Third base goes down. SKillous, he's taking into Lurkers. He's crazy. Taking up into Lunkers, but it looks like they are barely holding on. Link is done. Oof. Cyclones, they still punish. Now going for the expansion. Stalkers are being zoned away. And Hellions, they're just roasting off that mineral line. Nice stasis. Stasis goes off. Lings, they do counterattack. Lings, they bust into the bases. Likewise, Cells being forward, goes for the Cyclones. He gets 1, he gets 2. Oh! Barely, not quite getting the final Cyclone. Not quite. Oh, there we go. Cells blink in. Takes down the Cyclone. This does force the entire army back. Nice movement here by SKillous. He does alleviate that pressure. Jesus, how much HP? 18. Oh my god, they barely save Elazer. But SKillous, he's getting caught out. Getting caught out. Has to pull away. Now, on the one hand, Team Liquid, Elazer, and SKillous, they survive, right? They survive, they hold. They do survive. Economically, where are we? Wayne, he has more drones. Wayne is up to 56 workers, bleeding out a couple of drones here towards the end. Likewise, 59 SCVs here for Milky Cow. Despite their 2 base all in, after dealing so much damage, they've been droning. They've been saturating, they're mass expanding. Now the blue team has a better economy. What I will say, though, is that Elazer has a lot of potential. What I mean by that, during this defense, a reason why it was so difficult is that Elazer was teching up into Hydras and into Lurkers and into Hive. Like, he is very tech heavy. So he can rush into Lurker tech quite quickly. He has access to Lurkers a lot faster than normal. But he has no economy to really sustain that. So is this worth it? Potentially. Like, with Lurkers, can he pull off a greater defense or even a greater offense? There's potential. As technically Elazer, he's working on a better army, like a superior force. He needs more time though. Likewise, SKillous, he's just maintaining map control. Like, it's all on SKillous to trade and to maintain map control while Elazer's banking out more Lurkers. So SKillous doing everything he can here. He's 1v2ing. He's out here, he's on his own, doing what he can. Just give Elazer more time. It's like Elazer, he's building up energy for the Spirit Bomb. It's like, give me more time, give me 5 minutes. Oh, okay, I'll be fine. I got this, Papi, I got this. You know what, just building on more Lurkers. 4 more Lurkers on the way. Meanwhile, SKillous almost gets surrounded. Wayne coming in from behind. SKillous is going to get caught out. He has to get out. He has to recall. He has to recall out as he is cornered. Yeah, he does notice. He's going to try to break past. The Lurkers are coming in. Yo, let's go. Lurkers, they come in to support. Overseer goes down. And Lurkers, they save the Stalkers. I believe Hive upgrade's still on the way. But again, SKillous did a great job at buying time. Did a great job trading with the army. Oh, does he have a scan? Does he notice? Yeah, there's a scan. Lurkers going down. I mean, again, these are still lair tech Lurkers. The Hive upgrades are still just now kicking in. Now we need Lurkers back at home. Where are the Lunkers? Have a Lurker counterattack. Lasers getting across the map. But again, we need Lurkers to defend against these roaches. Yeah, Lurkers now moving forward. Only 2 of them. Yeah, Lurkers do burrow. Just in time. They still don't have that Adaptive Towns upgrade. But they're holding on at the same time. Massive Lurker counterattack getting to the bases. SCVs are going down. Taking down SCVs. Robo falls. Lurkers, they get into the other mineral lines. Again, not bad. This is pretty good damage. But the base goes down. And he takes down the Nexus. Lurker into the main. We got a Lurker drop into the main as well. Let's go. Wait for the drop. As more SCVs are going down, checking the install sap here. That was how many? 20 drones. 20 drones, and so far only 8 SCVs, so not too many workers. SCVs did pull away in time. And what's scary here is that this entire time, Milky has been building up his mech army. More Cyclones, more Widow Mines. Very heavy battle mech composition. Which I don't know if it's going to fare well against Lurkers, to be fair. As Lurkers are building up. Oof. Bit of a miss rally. One lurker goes down. Two lurkers get denied. Three lurkers get denied. And SKillous, he himself is running out of steam as well. SKillous, he has no third. He has no economy. Like, this entire time we've been fighting over the third base of SKillous. And SKillous, he can only hold his own for so long. Where are the lunkers? Elazer, how many drones does he have? 97! God, Elazer. He has 97 drones. Like, Bap, we need an army. Stop droning. Very Elazer, to be fair. SKillous is like, yo, you good? Can you help me out? He's like, yo, I got 97 drones. We're good. It's like, god damn it. We need an army. Files they take down the lurker. SKillous does come into a counterattack. So have some lurkers here in the mineral lines and the bases. Going for the planetary. Planetary goes down. Not bad. The goal here to force back the blue team, to force them back home. And Milky Cow, he does turn around. Oh, meanwhile, rough move command here. Does move command past. Stalkers, they blink away. SKillous, he just wants a third. He's not going to get it. Another base goes down. Now, this would be fine if Elazer fed SKillous. Like, Elazer, he has 2,000 minerals in the bank. SKillous, he needs money. It's a recall. Lings, they move out for a counterattack. Against SKillous, he is running out of resources. His main base is running out. His natural's running out. Elazer has all these bases that SKillous does not. SKillous, he needs a third. And Elazer should be sharing a little bit. There we go, yeah. Elazer, he just transferred to SKillous. Some minerals and gas. He just transferred like 1,000 minerals. And like 500 gas. It is something. Ooh, no planetary. No planetary, getting a couple of SCVs. Still very tense, very close. Thing worker moving in, tanks are exposed. Can he get all the tanks? The Wintermine shots, oh my god. The Wintermines go down, tanks are, yeah, they're exposed, are on their own. They are vulnerable. Viper's coming in for Wayne. Uh-oh. I mean, that is the counter to the Viper. Sorry, to the lurker, I should say. Viper's coming in, going for the big abductions. Here's what they've been missing. As much as they do hit the mineral lines, drone's going to be going down. Yeah, the laser's being pulled apart. SKillous is still treading water. And the Vipers are a problem, and there's no big answer to them. Do you move in? Again, still more drones going down, more mining being denied. Stalkers, they collapse on the army. They're going for the Vipers. Not bad. He gets 1, 2, 3. He gets all 5. Yeah, 5 Vipers go down. Massive pickoffs. And GG gets called. Wow, they break on through. Elazer and SKillous, they barely take it. SKillous, he's on 66 supply, by the way. Like, SKillous, he had nothing. But what I should say, though, he was doing a great job of preserving those Stalkers. Did an amazing job preserving those Stalkers throughout the entire game. He finally got one base up and running towards the end. Was barely hanging on. GG. And of course, Elazer, mate, he had almost 100 workers at one point. Crazy. But GG well played with that. Team Liquid, they do take the series 2-0 and they advance on to the grand finals. We have our top 2 teams this month. It is going to be SKillous and Elazer up against Spirit and ShoWTimE. Let's go. Let us go. Again, I would say really greedy play out of SKillous and Elazer. Again, I should say, really greedy play out of Elazer. Like, Elazer, he was relying so hard on SKillous. And I mean, it paid off in the end, you know. Did have faith in his boy. And he was he was definitely rewarded for it. But as you mentioned, like for so much of that game, Elazer, he had no army. He was just heavily droning, teching up into hydras, lurkers, infestation bit, hive tech, all things, you know, hive tech and all things lurker related. And he was heavily relying on SKillous to like 1v2 for most of that game, to just buy time, to keep their opponents busy, to allow Elazer to max out. And they got there. They got there in the end. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting ready for the grand finals, and it is going to be that best of 5 between, oh, there we go, between Spirit, ShoWTimE, SKillous, and Elazer. Let's go. We have that best of 5. Game 1 is going to be on Rascallion. And we're going to have a new champion. Typically, I said this before, but the best 2v2 team in the world is MaxPax and Spirit. MaxPax and Spirit, they've won every 2v2 tournament that they played in. Every single one, like without fail. Like they just win everything. It's crazy. No one else can stand in their way. But this month there is no MaxPax. There is no MaxPax. Instead, ShoWTimE did step in. Spirit, he reached out looking for a replacement, and ShoWTimE did accept. So yeah, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they do step into the ring instead. Technically, if they win, technically it is a new pairing. It is a new duo. But again, usually it is Spirit and MaxPax, the ex-Psystorm boys, if you will. Where of course Spirit and MaxPax, they're good friends. They've been on the same team for many years. Nowadays they're no longer on Psystorm, but for a long time they were. But yeah, ShoWTimE so far coming in as a replacement man, and did well for himself. I mean, to make it to the finals. We'll see if they can win the entire thing. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rascallion, we have our Protoss and Terran duo. We do have Spirit and ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue duo. We have the Team Liquid team, I should say. We have Elazer and SKillous. Hello, Zetacon. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. As we are settling in. Oh boy, here we go. And we'll see how these two compare. Also, I should give a shout out to, of course, Milky Cow and Wayne for making it as far as they did. They were hyper aggressive in their games. We had the 1-base all-in in game 1, and in game 2, we did have the 2-base all-in as well, which didn't kill Elazer and SKillous, and they were able to eventually stabilize and snowball out of control. I say Elazer was able to stabilize and snowball out of control. SKillous is just a great job at just tanking all the shots. Like it was like SKillous was the tank, and Elazer, he was the DPS, the glass cannon, if you will. It's a glass cannon. And boy did he cannon. It's crazy. So we are building up. We are going to be building up back at home. We do have our standard economic opener out of Spirit, likewise standard opener out of ShoWTimE as well. I guess I should emphasize that just because we had Milky Cow and Wayne being a little bit more quirky in their builds. But here, like, nothing crazy, nothing wild. We're not going for like a delayed CC into a faster factory, which we saw previously from Milky Cow, into the Cyclone opener. So we can just settle in. Saturate. We mentioned before that cheese is more of a rare sight in 2v2s. It's quite rare, which is why it was refreshing to see Wayne and Milky Cow whip that out. With no success, might I add, but exciting nonetheless. As 2v2s are usually longer games. They're usually longer, they usually get into the mid game, sometimes into the late game as well. Not uncommonly. I should also emphasize that what I say is mainly when it comes to the pro 2v2 scene, less so the ladder. I'm sure the ladder is full of cheese and full of aggression, 100%. Full of all-ins. At this level, that kind of play is harder to pull off. At least it feels to be the case. Now that we're still just building up, saturating, we can see Elazer, he pulls out a gas, so he's just focusing on his droning, getting his third. Likewise, we have our tech of choice against Stargate Opener into Oracle out of ShoWTimE. Meanwhile, we just see SKillous diverting. Doesn't open Stargate, does open Twilight Council instead. Interesting. Oh wait, no, my apologies. No, yeah, does open Twilight Council. Twilight Council most likely into Blink. Meanwhile, it was an Oracle opener into Phoenix from ShoWTimE. Ooh, not just one, going for a second Stargate. Now, I do like this against another Stargate opener. Checking the vision here of ShoWTimE, he didn't see the tech. Did not see the tech, so not fully aware what's going on. We'll see how well this can work. The map is quite large, so if the players are left alone, then of course ShoWTimE it can build up a decent Phoenix count. Can build it up. And this would shut down a Stargate opener from SKillous, which doesn't exist. As Oracle pokes in and does confirm the Twilight Council. Okay, Twilight Council into Blink. And we'll see what these Phoenixes get done. See what they can get done. As it's going to be Ling Hydra from our Zerg, and of course Mass Stalker from SKillous as he shuts down the Oracle. Aye, aye, aye. Oracle goes down. Now, when it comes to scouting, they are aware of the Stargate, they are unaware of the second Stargate, and the Mass Phoenix is on the way. So, Team Liquid, they're in the dark as to what's going on. Now, the purpose of the goal here should be for ShoWTimE to harass, to buy time, and to allow Spirit to build up back at home. To build up and to embrace his own bio tank. Phoenix as they fan out. SKillous zoning away. He does scout the army, and you can see the ping, so looks like SKillous he's letting Elazer know. He's like, yo, he's got Mass Phoenix. Fleet beacon on the way. And we'll see if Team Liquid can keep up with ShoWTimE. Ooh, so, Spire response out of Elazer. This I'm not so certain of. I mean, on the one hand, like Hydras in a head-on fight, they do well against Phoenixes, but they can have a hard time keeping up with Phoenixes harassing like this. That is true. But if we're going into Corruptors, that's going to be a big investment here into an anti-air army. And what's going to be the answer here to the Terran player? That's my concern. So this should be Ling main Corruptor out of Elazer. Should be. Meanwhile, Stalkers, they do keep up. They shut down one of the Phoenixes. They get two. Not bad. Two Phoenixes going down. They get into the main. More probes going to be falling. And they do scout the Spire. Now, ShoWTimE, he's already switching out of Phoenix into Mass Skytoss. So Skytoss is on the way. And it looks like, okay, so SKillous, he's going to be dealing with the ground army. He's going Mass Blink Stalker into a Bay into Colossus. So SKillous is going to be dealing with Spirit, ideally, and we have Elazer, ideally, dealing with the Skytoss with his Corruptors. So we're kind of taking our roles. There we go, Corruptors are on the way. And we can see SKillous going for the Bay, going for the Templar Archives as well. So Colossus, Storm, Splash Damage, drones are going down. No Spore. No Spores. Brutal losses. 11 drone kills so far. Nice damage out of ShoWTimE. Ooh, Drop a Lord on the way. I like it. Going for a link drop into the main. And again, we do see Skytoss amassing for ShoWTimE. Mass Corruptor from the side of Elazer. Now, we still are lacking splash damage. The robots are finishing up, but we need those Colossus. We need that splash damage here to help deal with the Bioterran with Spirit. Like, right now, if Spirit moved out, I don't think he can be stopped. I don't think he can be stopped by Corruptor Immortal. And by the Stalkers. But now there's Spirit, he's walling up, throwing down turrets, throwing down tanks. Yo, we're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna I do think that there's a window here where the red team can push, but they're deciding to just fully wall up cannons, shield batteries, turrets. Lane drop into the main. Corruptors, they go for the natural. Nice push here, going for the CC. Stalkers, they come in to support as well. Making use of that mobility. And this is slowing Spirit down. Not bad. They also have a better idea of what they're up against. As they get eyes on the siege line. Colossus are on the way. So from here, oh, I was gonna say that Elazer should be going into Broodlord, Infestor, Corruptor, but we have a Hydrogen being thrown down, so that tells us that he wants to go Corruptor, Lurker instead. Corruptor's looking for another CC. Yeah, containing Spirit. Spirit stimming out, he breaks free. We'll zone the Corruptors away. Meanwhile, we have a 4th Stargate on the way for ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE just going mass carrier. Jesus. It's a lot of carriers. I'm concerned by the lack of spellcasters, whether it's Infestor or whether it's Viper. Right now, there is nothing for Elazer. It's just pure Corruptor, which I'm not too convinced by, not gonna lie. Like, having some parasitic bombs or some abductions just adds so much more utility to the army of the Zerg. But I'm loving this position once again, denying mining. Oh, brutal snipes. Snipes going off, there's a cloak. But once again, abusing this cliff face with the Colossus and with the Blink Stalkers as well. Just a really nice angle of attack. And also, at the same time, Ling Run-By. Ling Run-By comes in. Ooh, Corruptors there extend. A lot of Corruptors go down. A lot of Corruptors fall. He goes for the dive, takes down 1 carrier. He gets 1, he gets 2. Takes down 2 carriers, but it does cost him a lot of Corruptors here. Elazer does plummet in the Corruptor count. That was how many? That was 22 Corruptors going down. I'm not so sure that's worth it. There's limited anti-air. Dives once again, gets another carrier. Has to pull back. The Colossus are exposed. And the Sky Toss is looking to overwhelm. Archons are somewhat supporting. But yeah, this was a rough fight. That was 35 Corruptors for 3 carriers. Like, that's how inefficient that was. That was crazy. Nice little run by into the main base, and the Lings, they did wreak some havoc here towards the south side, but again, that was not a good trade for Elazer. Again, 35 for 3. That was crazy. He just kept going. He gets 1 more. Gets 1 more. The Archons, I mean, they're helping against the Interceptors, I suppose, but I mean, again, where's the anti-air? Yeah, Team Liquid were overextending. They overextend so hard here. Like, again, that fight earlier was not it. And now they barely have any anti-air. The mass carrier, he's 1v2ing. Like ShoWTimE. He's got 10 carriers. Like, who needs Spirit? Like, so he's like, I'll help. I have some ghosts. ShoWTimE is pushing in. He does lose 1 carrier, losing another. Oh god, but so many Corruptors, once again they fall. We have more reinforcements on the way. Still 10 carriers. Does hard down the Archons. Base goes down. At the same time, a massive Link counterattack, but again, it's all about that anti. We need more Corruptors, more Stalkers, more everything. Now, if we can work together, I believe that not just with the Corruptors, with the Stalkers blinking under the carriers, we can focus them down one after the other. Like, I think there's a chance here for the blue team. They can pull this off. Ooh, Spire's going down. Spire's going down. Spirit is out of this game at this point. And here we go. He goes for the dive. He gets one. He gets 1, 2, 3. Yeah, together they can work together, Bobby. Let's go. And they will clean up all the carries. Carries are going down one after the other. And with that, Team Liquid, they will take game number 1. Whew. GG. They will take the first game. SKillous and Elazer, they kick things off with a win. Again, that was a intense game, and really the MVPs here were the Ling Rumbais. Spirit was not a part of this. Spirit, he lost his natural. He just could not mine from his natural, and likewise, he was also being denied his, I believe it was his third base. I believe his southern third base was also being denied by Ling Rumbais over and over again. So Spirit just could not actually mine, didn't really have a bank to work with. ShoWTimE was popping off, by the way. ShoWTimE, he was popping off. He was maxed out on Mothership, on Carrier as well. He was holding his own, but he was on his own. Like Spirit, he was losing worker after worker. He just had no economy. And in the end, even though ShoWTimE was trading well, he was fighting well, SKillous and Elazer, they could rebuild. They can work together, and eventually they were able to deal with the maxed out Skytos army. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, game 1 goes the way of Elazer and SKillous, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. It's one of those things where ShoWTimE got to his final form, Spirit couldn't really get there. He couldn't really help him, couldn't really support him. Spirit was being bullied. And now we're getting into game 2. And spawning. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Emerald City, we have the red team. We have the red duo themselves. We have Spirit and ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have for Team Liquid, SKillous and Elazer. Whew, here we go. And again, there was some questionable fights, I will say, from the Team Liquid boys. But what's important is at the same time, they were denying they were fighting over the natural base of Spirit, and there were also some Ling Rumbais and Ling counterattacks, and there was a lot going on there to try to make sure that Spirit was a non-factor in that game. But now we're settling into game number 2. CC first. CC first out of Spirit. Meanwhile, Hatch, Gas Pool out of Elazer. Standard openers all around. Nexus first out of SKillous. Okay. Everyone is greedy. We see Spirit cutting corners and SKillous also cutting corners. ShoWTimE going for a standard opener, ShoWTimE going for a gate expand. So technically coming into this, ShoWTimE is economically slightly behind compared to SKillous. Like just comparing our Protoss players at least. ShoWTimE playing safer, or playing more standard, I should say. But I do like the idea of players cutting corners. I wouldn't even be opposed to maybe like a gasless opener at one point from Elazer, just because like cheese and aggression and all-ins are more of a rarity. So cutting corners does make sense. Oh, speaking of cutting corners, CC first into a 2x follow-up. This can turn into a 3-1-1. This can turn into a 4x. This can turn into a 2-1-1. My eyes are on Spirit here. Do we throw down a third Rax, or do we throw down a factory? Or do we throw down a third CC? True, this could be like a third CC before third Rax. Could be 3 CC, 3 Rax out of Spirit. So what do you have for us? Now reactors on the way, tech labs on the way for a stim. Meanwhile, Twilight counts are open out of ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE did go Stargate Phoenix into Mass Skytos, Mass Carrier earlier, but here he avoids that. Twilight Council instead. Likewise, we do have no tech of choices yet from the side of SKillous. Third base on the way for Elazer. We have the answer 2-1-1. Okay, so double Rax into not a third Rax, not a CC, but a factory. So 2-1-1 out of Spirit. What this is that this is a 16 Marine double medevac timing. Basically, Stim is going to finish up by the time Stim and I believe combat shields will begin. By the time we do get 16 Marines and the medevac and the starport and the medevac's up and running, So this can be a very potent timing here from Spirit. Meanwhile, do have another gate on the way. Robo. This was a Twilight Council before second gateway, so really early Twilight Council, really early blink out of ShoWTimE. This is going to be a very aggressive timing here. We should be hitting with Stim and with blink at around the same time. So Spirit and ShoWTimE, they're being more aggressive. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of SKillous. You can see that his Twilight Council isn't even done. Meanwhile, blink is almost complete. So we have a hyper-aggressive start. I say hyper. We have an aggressive start here from our red team. Blue team is going to be the defenders. They now come in for the scout. They confirm the 2-on-1. And he confirms that the Twilight Council is complete. A gateway explosion. Yeah, he pings. He knows. Blue team, they're in danger. But at least they know they're in danger. They know that aggression is coming their way. We see a defensive ping here at the third base of SKillous. It's going to be tough to hold on to this third. It's not going to be easy, I'll be honest. Shield batteries are a must. Dark Shrine from ShoWTimE. Jesus. And the red team should soon be moving out. And here we go. Here come the medevacs. Here comes the push. Stim is complete. And we have 16 Marines. We have 16 Marines. We have how many Stalkers? Six Blink Stalkers, might I add. And together they can break this third. Or they can try to. As they try to push in, we do have Mass Link coming in from Elazer. He does surround the Adepts at least. Stalkers moving away. Nice control, saving the Adepts. Oh my god, ShoWTimE, calm down. Blink's Way preserves the army. And again, has the blue team been too greedy? They're trying to push forward. 30 more Lings are on the way. They need a little bit more time. Spirit and ShoWTimE, they do rotate over towards the third. Third base of Elazer. Lings trying to collapse in. Stalkers pushing forward as well. Nice blink control out of ShoWTimE. Doing a great job of just tanking. But finally we're going to be forced back. Finally they are running out of steam. And oh my god, the full medevac goes down. Oh, that should not have happened. Full medevac catching up some Stalkers as well. And the blue team, they hold. They don't just hold, they have a massive advantage as well. But here come the DTs. I forgot about them. Dark Templar, they waddle in. Prism into the main. Yeah, we have a Dark Templar in the natural, in the third base of SKillous. There is no lair. There is zero detection. No shot. Zero. Okay, the spores. There are spores. That's all there is. And SKillous, he has zero economy, zero mining, nothing in the main base, nothing in the natural. They're going to be forced all in. As SKillous has nothing. Just has nothing here. Oh no, the probes are going down. SKillous. Yeah, oh my god. And despite their impressive defense, the Invisible Man is just ending the game. The Invisible Man is just killing one of the players, is killing SKillous. SKillous is losing everything to a handful of Dark Templar. And again, there's just no way to deal with this. The lair is not yet done, so no Overseer. Spore is limited to creep. There's no cannons, no nothing. And I think it's just game. I think that's just it. Even in 2v2s, the Invisible Man is just too much, Pappy. It's just too much. And such a shame because I was very impressed with their defense. Like, I was very impressed with the greed that they had gotten away with their defense against the 2-on-1, with their defense against the blink. Like, it was solid. It was impressive. Now we finally get the, oh god, the Archon morphs in. Overseer has arrived. And Spirit and ShoWTimE, they're here to kill. They're here to go for the kill. Hatchery will fall. Army stems in. And there's just no saving this base. There's no saving this expansion. The Lings, they trickle in, but there are just so many Marines. Oh god. Catching out all the drones. And there's still a Dark Templars. There's still DTs and Zealots here striking that third. Or the fourth base even. just trying to catch some reinforcements. Again, it's just pure Ling Stalker. Spirit is overstimmed. True, he's overstimmed, but this is still just a better trade for the red team. And we're going to have a back and forth. We're going to have a series, Pappy. Let's go. As Elazer rallies his overlords across the map, they're all going to go down. Third base is being broken. We do rally into the army, but yeah, GG gets called. The writing is on the wall, and Spirit and ShoWTimE, they fight back. They put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, the initial timing, the 2-on-1, the early blink, that was not enough to break Elazer and SKillous. It had an impressive defense, but to pull off that defense, no lair. There was no lair. Likewise, there was no robo, there was no forge, there was no Stargate opener either, so there were no ways to get any detection up and running outside of spores. And spores are limited because they're stuck on creep. Like, they could not defend the bases of SKillous, and SKillous died. SKillous, he was just torn apart then and there by the mass DT. And with that, Elazer just could not keep up, not on his own. GG. GG, well played. We are now getting into game number 3. And we'll see who takes the lead in this series. We're currently tied up 1-1, and game 3 is going to be on Yellow Jacket. Oh boy. One of the smaller maps in the map pool. Shorter rush distance by ground. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Yellow Jackets, we have the red team. Oh, yeah, the red team. We have Spirit alongside ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue team. We have the Team Liquid Boys. We have SKillous alongside Elazer. Here we go. And again, welcome one all to Yellow Jackets. Yellow Jacket is, for the first time tonight, actually. It's often vetoed, so we don't often get to experience it. It's an interesting map. We do have a shared main, true. We have a shared natural, but unlike on other maps, I mean, I guess it's kind of similar to Emerald City, but there are multiple attack paths. There's a larger ramp here on the right. There's also a choke point here towards the left, so multiple attack paths into the natural bases, so it is more difficult to wall up and to wall off and to defend. Even more so than Emerald City, because in Emerald City I feel like the entrances are a little bit more localized or in the same vicinity. Likewise, our players, they also expand in different directions. One player will have to expand towards their opponents out into the open. And again, the rush distance by ground is shorter on this map. It is much shorter. As when it comes to these center expansions, they're, I believe, like basically within the same screen as each other. So we often see shorter games. We often see shorter games on Yellow Jackets. We often see more all-ins or aggressive builds really thrive. We haven't seen too much late game on Yellow Jackets, but we'll see if we can get there. For now, standard opener out of ShoWTimE. Ooh, meanwhile, we do have double gas out of Spirit. Okay, Spirit, he's spicing things up once again. Last game, we had a 2-on-1. This time, double gas. What does double gas mean? Double gas means a faster factory. This means late command center. Command center is going to be delayed intentionally so in favor of a faster factory. Now, the last time we saw this build from Milky Cow, this was for a faster reactor add-on swap into reactor to Hellion. Here, no reactor, no add-on swap. This could just be for a faster reactor here for Hellion production. Could be for a faster tech lab into Cyclones. We'll see. As the Reaper does move out. More Reapers on the way. Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE. Does open Stargate. Similar to game 1. And it is going to be Reaper heavy. It is going to be Reaper Hellion. The first Zealot moves out across the map. Early game aggression here from the red team. Just running across the map with more Adepts, more Reapers, more Hellions. Remember, they're not all in, but this is still committed, especially from Spirit. It's committed. Also means earlier starport. Yeah, second Reaper gets spotted. Nice target firing. Did he get one? Oh! He gets one, but the Queen goes down. Brutal loss there for Elazer. Yeah, Lings are out of position. They're trying to keep up. As we still just rally across the map. Again, the Adepts, they do hold on. They still trade well against the Lings. Denying mining here for SKillous. And the blue team will eventually hold, but again, this is still a rough hold. Bleeding out 5 lings, bleeding out a queen, bleeding out 2 probes. And behind this, we're not done. Behind this, we're going into the Oracle follow-up. Now, this did just get pinged by the hallucination, so spores are on the way. We have spores from the Zerg, and we have a shield battery from the Protoss. From the side of Spirit, though, again, it was a hyper-aggressive opener or more aggressive opener here out of Spirit. Behind this, going into Cloak Banshee. So Banshees are amassing. Cloak is on the way. Checking the vision here is SKillous. I don't think he saw. Yeah, he did not quite confirm. He's not fully aware. I'm a little bit concerned that we're about to see a repeat of the last game. No lair. Elazer, he does like to lay his lair here. I mean, we should be seeing one for another couple of seconds. But what I mean by that is that without a lair and without mobile detection, DTs killed SKillous. They killed SKillous last time. What's next? Banshees. They have potential. They do have potential here. Oracles are moving in. ShoWTimE getting his 3rd. So Oracles are deflected. Robo's on the way for SKillous. Let's go. Let's go for the Robo. 1, 2, 3 probes going down. Nice control here by ShoWTimE. As I 3 getting to 4, getting to 5. 5 probe kills. Lair is on the way. Okay. So now there's a higher chance here that there's going to be detection for the Banshees. With the Lair, that means there's going to be Overseers. With the Robo, there's going to be Observers. Banshees are making their way across the map. Meanwhile, Hellions into the mineral line. Again, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they've just been so aggressive this game. I mean, last game as well. They've just turned off that aggression. Punishing SKillous and Elazer. Especially Elazer. Like, Elazer, he's known for greed. Like, Elazer, he doesn't really have an army. I'm afraid to look. 11 lings. Like, this is the army for Elazer. 11 lings. Like, Elazer, he's known for doing this. For just just droning up as hard as possible. Hyper droning. Getting another base. Banshees have arrived. Observers here. Stalkers out of position. More probes going to be going down. Oof. Getting up to 24. Oh my, 24 probes. Just like last time. Last time, DTs killed SKillous. This time, Banshees are going to be killing SKillous instead. But the invisible units, they're pretty good. They are pretty good here. I'm afraid to look. 30 probe kills. Oh, no. And usually it's SKillous that is the one that's protecting Elazer. But here, Elazer, he has no protection. Not anymore. Elazer is rushing into Infestation Pit. He's rushing into Ultras. 1-1 upgrades into Hive Tech, most likely into Ultras. This is ambitious here from Elazer. Now, on the one hand, I'm sure Elazer is feeding SKillous. SKillous is in a rough position, so I'm sure Elazer is helping in some way. But SKillous is in a rough position. Now, moving out. The armies, they pass by each other. And we also mentioned about how the rush distance by ground is shorter on this map, so I mean it makes sense to open up aggressively the way that ShoWTimE and Spirit have. Going for the tanks, he gets one. Oh, not even. Popping up the outer Spirit, very nicely done. It does pull away. Tanks do siege on the high ground. Army gets forced back at the same time. We do see ShoWTimE are striking the bases here of Elazer. And remember, Elazer doesn't really have much of an army. He has purely Ling. He has 0-0 Lings. Elazer on his own, he cannot deal with this. There we go, base goes down. He will lose his 4th. And ShoWTimE kites well. Behind this reinforcing with the Oracles. There's a recall. Has Lings to overwhelm. 1-1 is kicking in for Elazer. Oh, the stasis goes off. Ay. SKillous getting caught out. And they have to counterattack. They have to do something with this army. As they're still... Oh, no, the Banshee's back. They keep going. Leave SKillous alone. Ay. as the red team is getting out of hand. At this point, the red team is getting out of hand. Spirit and ShoWTimE, they're pushing out. You know what's going to happen next game? Next game, SKillous is going to open Robo. He's going to open Robo Observer first, or something like that. Double jump into the main. SKillous, he will lose his main base, and at the same time, the main army is pushing in towards the bases of Elazer. Actually, they split off towards, just the bases of Elazer and SKillous, the third bases. Ling around by, runs into a bunker. The bunker does defend. The hatcheries are going down. Main Nexus did fall. And Team Liquid, they just cannot keep up. Not against his SKillous, he's supply blocked. And remember, SKillous, he lost 30 probes to the Banshees. 30 workers, that was crazy. I mean, to the combination of the Banshees and the Hellions and the Reapers and the Oracles. Just bullied the entire early game. And with that, he will lose another base. SKillous, he's down to 1 mining expansion. The main went down. The third base went down. 1 base left for SKillous. And remember, Elazer, he never teched. GG. GG gets called. Elazer, he only had Lings to defend. Never any Roaches, never any Hydras. And Spirit and ShoWTimE, they take a 2-1 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. They will take a lead in the series. And SKillous and Elazer, their greed, it's hurting them here. It is hurting them. Now, to be fair, the map was helping Spirit and ShoWTimE. We mentioned how aggression is just favored on Yellow Jacket. Aggression tendencies, they're just boosted, they're bolstered because of how small the map is, because of the multiple angles of attack as well. So we'll see how our players adjust coming into our next game, coming into Undercurrent. Let's go. The dinosaur map. Oh boy. Again, this is where we see SKillous just open Robo. He's gonna it's like, I had it up to here with all these invisible units. The DTs, the Banshees. Too much, baby, too much. There we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Undercurrent, we have the red team. We have the team leading the series 2-1. We have ShoWTimE and Spirit. And they are 1 game away from becoming this month's champions. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Team Liquid boys. We have the blue team. We have SKillous and Elazer. Here we go. And it wasn't just that SKillous was being bullied and punished last game. It was also the fact that Elazer was rushing into, remember, he was going pure drones into 1-1 upgrades, into Hive Tech, into Ling, I assumed into Ling Ultra, but towards the end he just didn't have the economy to sustain Ultra production, so just Ling into Adrenal, just mass Ling. And did not scale too well coming into the mid game. And we'll see what kind of aggression our red team has. And I assume aggression because for the past 2 games, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they've been very aggressive, very assertive. Not necessarily going for all-ins, but going for, more aggressive builds nonetheless, to punish their opponents. And it's been working quite well. Double gas. Once again, double gas opener out of Spirit, so we did mention aggression. This is going to be a Rax into a faster Factory. Now, last game, this led into a faster Starport, into faster Cloak Banshee. This time, I don't expect to see the same. This could be faster Factory into Reactored Reaper Hellion. This could be for faster Cyclone production. This could be for an early tank drop. There are a lot of possibilities here for Spirit, as that Factory, before CC. So once again, an aggressive build here from Spirit. Meanwhile, we do see ShoWTimE going for a standard opener, going for a Gate Cyber Expand. Oh, did I say standard opener? We have a proxy across the map. Once again, ShoWTimE and Spirit, they've been hyper aggressive here. And I do think that a lot of it is because of Elazer. Like, Elazer has a reputation. Elazer has a certain style. And Elazer's style is be greedy, drone up, and skip units, and skip tech. And even in game 1, the game that they won was when we had SKillous kind of like tanking and doing whatever he could to allow Elazer to get into his own final form. That's often their dynamic. And it does mean that the blue team here, they're vulnerable early on. They're often quite vulnerable in the early game, in the early to mid game. Pylon is done. Did it get spotted? It did. Okay, yeah. SKillous did spot it. They are aware. So ShoWTimE does not commit to any proxy gateway, as they know they got scouted. But now we have our take of choice. Going to be a Stargate opener out of ShoWTimE. Twilight Council out of SKillous. With a faster factory, we're going into that faster starport. Hellion Reaper moving out. So we've gone up to 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions in a quite robust army for Spirit. And again, he wants that mineral line. So far being zoned away. Liberator, not Banshee. Keeping the tech lab on the factory. Okay. We're mixing it up. From here, we can go for an early tank. We can go for early Cyclone. And there it is, early tank production. So the tank count is going to be quite high quite quickly here for Spirit. Building up tanks, building up Liberators. Still being active. This can lead into a 2-base push. This can lead into a committed move out. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE claiming a 3rd. Oracle still being active. Let's go. I appreciate the aesthetic here. I appreciate it. ShoWTimE, ooh, does get into the main. Uh-oh. Does shade in. Double Oracle towards the natural. Double Oracle does slip in. Shading towards the main. SKillous does pull away in time. And not bad, does pull away. Doesn't lose many workers. At the same time, Hellion Reaper towards the right hand side. And so far, SKillous and Elazer, they're keeping up. So far, so good. They're keeping up, they're minimizing losses. They surround the Hellion. A nice around. Bit of a citizen's arrest. Shut down the Hellions, they shut down the Reapers. From here, they do hold on. Gee, it's huge. Yo, imagine if there was collision. Like, imagine if we've had like some unique maps before where you have like these like neutral creatures out here that can like smash into the Liberator or smash into medevacs that are trying to hide. Jesus. It's just the map made. Crazy. Like, it's almost like a bit of a lighter version of, like, remember the lava maps where every during intervals, like, the low ground would be surrounded by lava and anything that was there would just die. Here there'd just be like a unit on a certain path, of course, like flying over. Here we go. From here, Spirit going to be claiming his center gold. The game is calming down. The initial Hellion Reaper aggression was not too successful. Now here comes the counterattack. And now SKillous and Elazer, they've had enough defending. It's time to push out. They deny the gold. They catch out a couple of SCVs. Not bad. The Marines are going down as well. Spirit bleeding out his army. And unlike the previous games, this time minimal losses. This time Elazer, he lost 4 drones to the Hellion harass, and SKillous only lost 6 probes to the Oracle harass, and the Adepts as well. So for the first time since game 1, SKillous and Elazer, they actually have a solid start. They actually have a stable opener, a stable economy, and now they can play some StarCraft. Oh no, they can try. Stasis goes off, massive stasis, massive connection. Yeah, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they hold onto the gold. They defend Spirit's 3rd. At the same time, ShoWTimE getting a 4th base. SKillous, he rotates. But we can actually embrace our game. Oof. As the tank barely survives. Oh my god, 3 HP tank does hold on. Oh, another stasis as well. ShoWTimE, calm down. The stasis traps, they're popping up. Time and time again, catching out Elazer and catching SKillous. He is trapped here. Where does he head? Tries to break out. He's going to be chased down. Another stasis. No! Another stasis goes up, and these soldiers are not long for this world. They're going to be cleaned up. Meanwhile, our players have been joining. We do see a decent drone count here for both SKillous and Elazer. They're both on 70+ workers, getting their 4th bases. They have map control, so mass expansion out of Elazer. And he is once again going for pure Ling into Hive. Now, we saw this attempted last game on Yellow Jacket. I don't like that Elazer went for that on one of the smaller maps, but here on Undercurrent, I believe the goal should be Ling into Ultra. Should be. As we're still on a low gas count. Still only 3 gases. Oof. So barely any gas income here for Elazer. Not yet. Hive is almost done. Elazer for now just going pure Ling. Ooh, stasis goes off. Nice start stepping here out of Spirit, making use of the terrain. Does kite back. And Colossus production has begun. I was about to say that we are lacking splash damage here. That's gonna be Colossus here for SKillous. But ShoWTimE sticking with a gateway composition. Yeah, no Storm, no Colossus. So these Lings, they can potentially trade well. Still no gases though. Still very minimal gas income. Elazer, they go across the map. Once again, station traps, they shut down the Ling run-bys. The station traps are the MVPs. Time and time again, they just keep popping up. We got our Templar into the main. Overseer's morphing in. Ooh, no cannons. Yeah, we have a cannon now on the way, but once again, no, not the PTSD. DTs, they distract SKillous. Center base goes down. Stasis runs out, and they will catch some workers. They will catch some tanks even. But probes are going down. Damage is being done. SKillous is distracted. And amidst all the chaos, Spirit, he pushes it. Does push it at the same time. Nice thing run by here by Elazer. Forces defensive warpins. The natural base of SKillous is going to go down. Mass Link collapsing on ShoWTimE. And again, ShoWTimE, he has no splash damage, but he does deny any kind of surround. Yeah, nice positioning here from ShoWTimE. Oh. But going to be overwhelmed. It's going to be forced back. He has to get the hell out of here. Yeah, Spirit's army did crumble. ShoWTimE likewise bleeding out a lot of units. But another stasis! Oh my god, every time. Baits him in. Lings, they're being dealt with. They catch another tank. But Spirit and ShoWTimE, they're holding on. They're holding on. They dive on 4. They take down the Colossus. SKillous down to 41 probes. SKillous, he lost how many? He lost 45 workers to the DTs. 45 probes went down. Prism finally falls. But the Invisible Man and the stasis traps, of course, just wreaking havoc. ShoWTimE pulling his weight here. Remember, ShoWTimE is the replacement man, by the way. Like ShoWTimE, he's here to replace Max Packs, and I would say, in a way, almost carrying some of these games. Of course, Spirit, he has his place here as well, of course. Less so in game 1, but here also able to push through. He was able to snipe the base earlier, the natural. Oh. Lings, they catch reinforcements. I mean, again, these are 2-2 Lings, but it's still pure Ling. I assumed Ultras, but remember, gases were never taken, so we can't afford Ultras. Just pure Ling out of Elazer. And it trades well, but SKillous, he cannot hold on. Another base goes down. Elazer running inside defense. ShoWTimE pushing out as well, and they go for the kill. They're going for the bases. Okay, there's barely anything to defend back at home. Lings, again, without Bailings, how do they trade against the Bio Army? They don't. Lings, they just evaporate. Oh no, the Stalkers as well, they also just melt. And with that, they've done a GG gets called. Spirit and ShoWTimE, they will take the series 3-2 and become this month's uThermal 2-2 Circuit champion. GG. GG, well played. They will claim the win here. They will take this series. Spirit with 100% win rate. Typically it's Spirit and Max, but here Spirit and ShoWTimE as a pair, they win for the first time. GG well played. They do take the win. Again, ShoWTimE did an amazing job there when it came to supporting Spirit and even kind of taking the limelight away from him at times. When it came to his sky tossing game 1, when it came to the DT harass, likewise oracles as well. They did a great job at punishing SKillous. What I'm referring to here, I mentioned it previously, but Elazer has a certain style of 2v2. If you noticed, it's just really greedy, right? It's very low tech, hyper greed, just droning up as much as possible, getting to a high worker count. And we saw at times it worked out well, but at other times here, for example, it did mean that SKillous was on his own for quite some time. And we saw that Spirit and ShoWTimE did a great job at punishing and breaking SKillous while he was trying to defend on his own, right? And even though Elazer would eventually, you know, get into his ideal 80+ drones, towards the end there, he only had Lynx to work with, and he didn't have a teammate to support him, as they were able to punish and break SKillous ahead of time. Did happen this game, did happen previously as well. When it, even actually the last 2 games, we had DTs killing SKillous on Emerald City, and we had Banshees killing SKillous on Yellow Jacket as well, where he was just torn apart early on economically. And again, Elazer, being hyper greedy, couldn't support him, is what I'm getting at. I should also emphasize that as well, because Elazer is so fixated on droning up so much and not making any units to defend, it means that he can't support SKillous. So it is like a 1v2 early on with SKillous versus ShoWTimE and Spirit. And he was torn apart for that. It was torn apart. GG well played. With that, Spirit and ShoWTimE, they will claim the win. They will take the series. Congratulations. They are the April champions. And if you're curious about the next edition, the May edition, that is coming up this weekend. Oh boy, so fast since the previous edition, but this weekend is going to be the May edition of the uThermal 2v2 circuit. If you're out there, if you want to take part, it isn't just these pro players. I mean, there's some big names. It's, again, I mentioned this before, but it's been really cool to see the pro scene take interest in this 2v2 circuit, because we have the best of the best. We have Serral, we have Spirit, ShoWTimE, MaxPack, SKillous, Elazer, Lambo, ShoWTimE, all the big names, Trigger as well, all the big names, all the big Europeans, they all play in this. They all play in the 2v2 circuit. They all enjoy it, which is really cool to see as well. There's a lot of interest. When it comes to the Koreans, there's a couple of Korean teams. We do see 3 Points and Homono at times take part. We have seen a 2v2 duo of Gumiho and Ryung. Gumiho and Ryung as a double Terrans, they do take part as well. Double Terran, not the strongest of matchups, not the strongest of teams, so I think those are the only ones. I think Gumiho, Ryung, 3 Points, and Homono, those are the only Koreans I've seen really take part. I don't think we've seen interest in many of the others, partly also because it is at a really rough time for the Korean players. It is at a more friendly European and NA time slot, the event itself. So a lot of Koreans didn't really invest as much time when it comes to staying up to compete and to play. But it would be nice if we had, like, I don't know, like a Shin Hero duo, or like a Bunny Shin duo, or even like maybe Beyond Creator sort of thing. It would be nice. It'd be nice if they took part. But regardless, GG well played. When it comes to some of the best duos out there, I remember Hero and Dark. Hero and Dark, they used to be a very strong 2v2 duo. But again, you know, Dark is retired nowadays. The other big one was Elazer and Serral. Elazer also retired nowadays as well. But maybe we'll get some more duos jump in. I think Byun and Maru used to play, right? I think Byun and Maru, I think they were the 2v2 team for the WTL circuit. I think, if I remember correctly. But regardless, GG well played. With that, congratulations to Spirit and ShoWTimE. And again, the next 2v2 circuit is going to be this weekend. So if you're out there and if you want to take part, if you want to get involved in 2v2, then you can do so. Find a friend, get a partner, jump on in and take part. A lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. It's a little bit less serious, and you get to, hey, maybe cheese out some of your favorite pros. Maybe you can cheese out Serral, maybe you can cheese out ShoWTimE or Lambo, or even some of these players here, or even just enjoy some 2v2s. So do consider taking part. Actually, I might have you covered here. Let's have a look. The next circuit is in 3 days. 3 days. That is the May edition. And I'll give you guys a link. Here you go. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Who has signed up for the May edition? For the May edition, we have so far Spirit and Max, to be expected. We have Nickrat and Geralt. They've also been teaming up recently. We have Gref and Deathmars, uThermal and Goblin, of course. Milky Cow and Wayne once again. We have Azura and Anticore. We have Mini Zerg and Zerg Kaban. I don't know who that is, but yeah. So far the signups are open for the next 3 days, so you can take part. You can take part if you wish. Otherwise, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Again, we don't cast this event live. I did notice someone asking about it in the YouTube chat. We don't cast it live. We admin. When the event is running, we usually admin the event and we cast it afterwards via replays. If you want to see the live coverage, I believe uThermal streams his POV, and if uThermal and Goblin get knocked out, then they will cast the remainder of the event. And I believe Steadfast also does cover this event in English as well, so they got you covered. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. When it comes to the rest of the broadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings, we do have our schedule, which I believe is now adjusted. Yeah, and we have shifted this around. So originally the plan was to cover uThermal's 2v2 circuit this morning and to host the Pondcast this evening. The Pondcast was going to be this evening, but if you're familiar with StarCraft and with GSL, you know that GSL is live tonight. GSL is tonight, and it was clashing with the Pondcast, and that does typically impact viewership if we're ever hosting the Pondcast and another event is going on. So we rescheduled. The Pondcast has since moved from tonight to tomorrow. So tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. KST is going to be the Pondcast. Tomorrow morning is going to be Lil League Cup and Kanoya show matches as well. If you are curious, we're going to be casting Gumiho, going to be casting Scarlet, Jeshi as well. That is going to be Lil League Cup number 38. So that's going to be a big event, casting Scarlet for the first time in months, as Scarlet has been on a very long hiatus, has been very inactive. So great to see Scarlet competing once again. I do look forward to it. Looking forward to the Kanoya show matches as well. That's also going to be tomorrow morning. So a bunch of content. Over the weekend, we're going to be covering the May Mayhem Day 2 and Day 3. We also have Sea Ducking Open, we have Sparkling Tune Cup, and we have the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. We have a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft over the course of the next couple of days, over the next couple of months even, as we are live multiple times a day, every single day here on the channel. I say that we do have 2 afternoons off, last night and tonight as well. We do have those afternoons off, just because coming into 2025, it would be nice to have a little bit of time off, not casting every day or twice a day every day like we did in the past. So we have some downtime, we have some time to rest and to take a break and to just edit VODs and work in other ways. That's the reality, is I'm still working, just in other ways. But that is going to be the plan for this evening. If you're curious, if you want to tune into my own personal content, I do stream whenever I can, and I will be live in a couple minutes. I'm going to be live, going to be laddering for the first time. I actually haven't played StarCraft since my show match against Zombie Grub last week. I actually haven't laddered or anything like that, so I'm a little bit rusty. I've just been focusing on casting, but we'll ladder tonight. We'll ladder here and now on my own personal channel. I'm a little bit sleep deprived, I'm a little bit tired, a little bit fatigued. I'm sure you noticed during the cast, but it'll be fine. It'll be a lot of fun, I'm sure. A lot of fun. We'll ladder for a couple of hours. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. Again, this weekend is going to be the May edition of the 2v2 circuit, and our next cast here on the channel is going to be tomorrow with Lil League Cup 38. Again, featuring Scarlet, Gumiho, Jeshi, and some of the other players. So that is going to be tomorrow. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. I'm going to quickly get something to eat. I have yet to have breakfast. It's 2 p.m. It's 2 p.m. here, so I'm going to quickly, grab something to eat. Maybe it's like some yogurt, maybe some fruits. And then we'll be jumping into the ladder. We'll be jumping into the ladder, papi. Let's go. Otherwise, thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. Also, if you want to support the CranKy Ducklings, socials in the chat. You can follow us, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. Likewise, you can check us out on Patreon as well. All the StarCraft, all the socials. Otherwise, we'll see you next time. We'll see you tomorrow for some more StarCraft action. See you then. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you then.